Hello and welcome to Nicolay Field here in Adrian, Michigan. I'm Sean Kane alongside my color man, the one and only Frank Krupe. And we're here for opening day here at Nicolay Stadium of Adrian College Baseball as the Bulldogs take on rival the Albion Britons in the second matchup this season in the MIAA Conference. But right now, before we get to anything else, we're going to send it down to Ellen Stanton, who is alongside a player down on the field. Ellen?
Thanks, guys. Here with pitcher Eric Schmidt. You guys won in extra innings yesterday, but lost the second game. What do you guys need to improve on in today's game?
Just get some timely hits here or there. Pitching, just got to keep getting guys out, let the defense work. But mainly just get some timely key hits. We stranded a few guys yesterday, so just get those guys on base. So.
And you were just named pitcher of the week recently. Your accomplishments, how are they going to lead to the successful rest of your season?
I just try to go out every time and just give us a chance to win. Just basically throw strikes, let the guys behind me make plays. So, the personal accomplishments are nice, but obviously the ultimate goal is winning the conference championship and ultimately the national championship.
Thank you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Guys?
Yes, thank you, Ellen. And of course, Eric Schmidt was last week's pitcher of the week, having an outstanding performance against Findlay, Ohio, Findlay down in Indiana when they played 2 games against North Central and, of course, Findlay. Throwing a complete game, just giving up 2 hits, no runs, and getting the win there.
Absolutely, Sean. And it's a wonderful day for a ball game here in Southeast Michigan. Let me tell you right now, there's not a cloud in the sky except a really long one that I can see, and mostly sunny, 30 degrees. Wonderful afternoon here in mid-March as these two teams will bump heads twice today. It is a doubleheader, keep that in mind. Bulldogs coming in 8-4 overall. Albion Brits 7-4 overall. Both teams are 1-1 in the MIAA, so they'll be looking to improve upon their conference record.
Yes, of course, and we got the national anthem and first pitch coming up for you soon. But first, we're going to take a look at the starting lineups today for Adrian. Leading off, playing left field, Josh Knorr. Playing second base, batting second, John Joseph. Playing shortstop, batting third, the recent or MIAA Player of the Year, Ryan Doro, the sophomore. Batting fourth, the junior center fielder, Jeff Gertley. Playing first base and batting fifth, Colin Parcher. In right field, batting sixth, Drew Schutz. Playing DH, the seventh hitter, Brian Guck. And then at the eighth position, Frank Resto, the freshman catcher, making his first appearance for the Bulldogs. And then, of course, at third base, batting ninth, Tommy Ang.
And the gentleman who will be throwing heat from the mound this afternoon for the Albion College Brits, it's the right-handed pitcher, Nate Brubaker. Sophomore from Oxford, Michigan, gets the call on the mound. He comes in with a 1.93 ERA in 3 appearances. He's given up 7 hits on 7 runs with 5 strikeouts. So not a bad start to Brubaker's season.
Yeah, and pitching for your Bulldogs is Jordan Fryer. He stands 6'3", 215, the junior out of New Boston. He's got a 3.12 ERA so far this year, 12 Ks, 4 balls, looking to give this Bulldog team some solid innings today and hope that he can get the win.
Take a quick look here at the starting lineup for Albion College. Center field, Michael Fischbach is in between Shane Liddyman and Ben Crawford in the outfield. Chase Carpenter at shortstop. Jack Wyman at first base. Justin Dennis at second. Kyle Cowell at third. And Spencer Bonifiglio at catcher. And let's take a moment here for the American National Anthem. for baseball, let's play two.
And the team's now on the field preparing for the warm-up as Fryer is on the mound taking his warm-up pitches to Resto, who's behind the plate. We're going to talk again. Resto, a freshman on this team. This is his first action for the Bulldogs, getting the start here tonight. Or, I'm sorry, this afternoon. Resto, the 5'8", 195 catcher out of Miami, Florida. Communications major with a minor in Spanish.
Sean, the Bulldog jerseys look like Pittsburgh Pirates jerseys of the mid-'70s. Am I onto something there?
Yeah, the little retro look is what the
Yeah.
Bulldogs going for tonight.
You know what? I like it.
Sporting the white on top of yellow on top of black.
And you know who's a huge Pittsburgh Pirates fan is our very own Ellen Stanton.
I'm a Pittsburgh Pirates fan as too. I'm a big McCutcheon fan. They got a good team there.
Okay.
Thank you. Ellen, obviously out of Pennsylvania, our sideline reporter who you heard at the beginning of the broadcast.
Yeah.
As
Well, we got Betsy Marilot in the booth here as well. Can I have a hug, Bets? No. There we go. Got royalty in the booth here.
Albion sporting a
afternoon for this game.
camouflage jersey with a tint of purple to it.
Yeah, so there's some really
Dan,
good,
the tech guy's a big fan of these jerseys.
really good swagger on both ends here. As we get our
Started off with Shane Lindemann. And then that's a ball from Jordan Fryer. And we're underway here at the Nicolay field. First pitch time, 1 o'clock. Right on time.
for those people who aren't too familiar with college baseball, what are the major rule differences between this and, say, the pros? Anything glaring? If there's any listeners, viewers out there who aren't too familiar with Division III baseball.
Well, I think the biggest thing is that in college you're allowed to use, well, you don't have to use a wood bat.
You can use the aluminum
You
bats
can
in
use
college.
the, yes, and it's called.
Oh!
As a, don't get too excited, Frank. That's just a foul ball. Hopefully no one's windshield's being broken from that one. But in college, they use BB core bats, which is a composite baseball bat. And opposed to aluminum or wood baseball bats, it's reinforced carbon fiber composite into the bat's construction. And basically what it does is it takes a lot of the trampoline effect out of the bat. So
I
it's
see.
it's more like hitting a wood bat, but it still gives you a little bit of bounce off the off of contact. There's a shot down the left field line from Lindemann. Knorr down there to handle it. He's going to play that ball nicely to keep him at first base. Well done.
Lindemann's 12th hit of the year. Leadoff single. That's the way you want to start a ball game.
You know, then the job of the leadoff hitter, a lot of people say, is to, you know, get on base.
Is it?
Yes, that is the job, because that way your big hitters that sitting at the 3 and 4 basically have the opportunity to get you knocked in, get some RBIs. Fryer there with the first pitch strike. Up to bat now, Kyle Kowal, the third baseman for Albion, number 11. He's hitting from the left side. Fryer checks the runner, keeping him honest over there at first base. Lindemann, definitely a threat to steal. Five for 5 this season on stolen bases, yet to be caught. Obviously, the freshman catcher behind the plate in Resto. Good opportunity for Lindemann potentially to swipe a bag here.
Well, we got Lindemann was taken off early there, looking to steal. Watch out.
Looks like they were going for the hit and run there.
Hit and run, get it done. Kyle Cowles averaging .262 on the young season. Started all 11 games for the Brits at third base this year. Could we see 2 here?
Got him. There we go. 2 outs there. Great double play turn by first baseman departure over down to Ryan Doro with an easy little flip back to Jordan Fryer covering first. It's going to be recorded as a 3-6-1 double play.
And if Gabriel Schrey was broadcasting us with us today.
Frank.
Wow, Frank, that was the greatest play of his life.
Wow, Frank. The most important play of his career.
That's the biggest moment of his entire life.
First pitch swung on and missed by Michael Fischbach, the center fielder for this Albion Britain team. He's also hitting from the left side. Inside pitch just misses.
And for Michael Fischbach, he's got the highest batting average on this young season amongst any players wearing a uniform today. 475 on the year thus far. He's got 19 hits. Team high for both squads on the field, so it's a power hitter here.
Oh, there's a shot in the center field. Gertley's going to handle it, though. And he's under, and there's the third out of the inning.
Well, we're now joined in the booth. We got royalty everywhere. We got, oh, and you brought your bodyguard too, didn't you? You guys just can't get enough of the mic. Coach Krug and his bodyguard,
Dovey.
who accompanies him every which way he goes around campus.
Well, for those of you who don't know, Adam Krug, who is sitting in between, not sitting, you're standing technically in between us, just recently, last night even, on Frank. Yeah, less than 12 hours ago, won his quarterfinal matchup against Oswego State for a bid to the Frozen Four. How you feeling, Coach?
I feel good. By me winning, you meant the boys won. So the boys, they did a heck of a job last night. I'm extremely pleased with the effort and where we are for now. But you know what? We got 2 wins to go to complete the task at hand, and I'm feeling confident, and that's what you want at this time of year.
Now, more importantly, on Friday, I asked you to describe your bodyguard in 5 words or less, and the answer to my question was heavy. And I want to know if after last night's festivities and celebrations, do you still use that word to describe your bodyguard?
Today would be heavier.
We'll check back in next Monday, and we'll see if maybe it'll be heaviest next week. Sure, yeah. All right, then.
That again, Adam Krug, the first-year coach from Adrian. Played with the Bulldogs in the inaugural 07 season.
And, of course, we're talking about ice hockey here. I don't know if we've mentioned
Yes,
that for people who are listening. That was Adam Krug, who's the head coach of our varsity ice hockey team. They're heading to the Final Four.
The Frozen Four.
In Minnesota, Friday night at 5 p.m. And you can catch that game. Oh, let's do a free plug. Why not? You can catch that game. Well, we don't know if you're going to be able to catch that game.
I'll tell you what, though. You can tune into Shrine Kane Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
No, don't do that. It's
10 a.m.
a
to
waste
12
of time.
p.m. for full analysis and coverage. Hopefully Coach Krug will be there. It's Monday. You won't be here Friday, though, so you want to come Monday? Monday I can come. Excellent. Well, there we go.
As long as Hervey doesn't invite himself on.
All right, for the Bulldogs, starting off now. The left fielder, number 16, Josh Knorr. And there's a strike from Albion pitcher Nate Brubaker. Brubaker with a 1.93 ERA this year, although it's 0-1 on the season. Off-speed curve, ball falls in for a ball.
Josh Knorr averaging 257 on the year. He's got 9 hits and 35 at-bats.
Knorr, the transfer from Jackson Community College, playing in his first season for Adrian.
How about that?
5'10", out of Adrian, Michigan, actually. Blissfield High School native. Bats from the right side, throws from the right side. And there's a seeing eye ball handled by the second baseman. Oh, but throw won't be in time as he pulls Jack Wyman, the first baseman, off the bag and I think we're hearing from the scoring booth up here that it's going to be a base hit, no error on the play.
So both teams lead off their respective innings with leadoff singles. Bulldogs got a man on first. Stepping into the batter's box is the second baseman, John Joseph. Two hits in 11 at-bats this season. He's only started in 4 games this year.
Yes, John Joseph, the senior out of Sylvania, Ohio, as that one comes across as a ball. He's the third John Joseph to come through his family.
How about that?
John Joseph the third. He's a business management major here at Adrian. That's going to be ball number 2 there from Brubaker. 3 appearances this season for Brubaker, just 2 started, 4 innings of work only. 6 balls, 5 strikeouts, so accuracy a bit of a problem for this right-handed pitcher. As the
Joseph's taking some wicked cuts into the air.
count goes to 3-0. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Ball 4. 4 pitches, 4 balls, and Joseph's on his way down to first. And just like that, we got 2 on and no outs here in the first inning for Adrian. As MIAA Player of the Year, Ryan Doro, steps up to the plate. Starting at shortstop this season.
Doro is one of only 2 Bulldogs in the lineup this afternoon that is batting over 300. 318. He's got 14 hits and 44 at-bats.
There's a ball high and tight. Little high cheese there.
And he didn't even flinch at
From
that. I'd
Brubaker.
have been running into the stands with that ball coming at me like that.
And that's why you're not playing D3 baseball, Frank.
Wow.
Yeah, aren't you a goalie? You should.
Yeah,
be
but
able-
I'm
you
wearing
should be-
I'm wearing all kinds of equipment. And I still run out of the way. Exactly.
There's 6 straight balls now from Brubaker. He's struggling to find the strike zone here early in the game. Doro last year to win him the MIA Player of the Year was batting .398 from the right side. Slugging percentage of .620. 40 RBIs. Oh, and there's a pop-up that's going to drift foul.
And there's a souvenir for a lucky fan.
Lucky fan from Waskegi, Michigan is going home with a souvenir today. Gonna channel my inner Ernie Harwell for this first broadcast.
Yeah.
If you know who Ernie Harwell is,
No,
Frank.
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Oh, good Lord. And there's another one that goes foul. Doro fighting to stay alive here with 2 strikes. We are criticizing the Canadian for not knowing who Ernie Harwell is.
Do you know who Don Cherry is?
I do know who Don Cherry is. Hockey night in Canada? Yeah. Back to the baseball.
You know who Foster Hewitt is?
No.
You want to talk about broadcasters? Let's figure it out.
Ooh, there's strike 3 from Daro as he swings and misses on that off speed.
A real nice pitch there from Brubaker after throwing a number of balls in a row. He's able to retire.
And now the Northville, Michigan alumni, Jeff Gertley, up to the plate, center fielder. There's ball 1 from Brubaker. No, big key in, as a pitcher is getting that first pitch across for a strike. Brubaker unable to do that so far today. Hasn't done it yet, actually. So far, over 4 with first pitch strikes.
Two ducks on the pond here for the Bulldogs. Men at first and second. Good opportunity here
And there's a ball outside.
for number 10, Gertley.
Brubaker reached back on that one a little bit. A little bit of extra heat.
And Gertley is in the 4 spot in the lineup this afternoon. No surprise to see he's leading his squad in RBIs. He's got 11 in 45 at-bats this season.
4 homers to go along with that, compared to just 1 he had last year. And there's a pop fly to left fielder. He's underneath it. Knorr from second tags, gets the third. Good base running there from the left fielder of his own. And now we got the big guy, our first baseman, Colin Parcher, stepping up to the plate.
Well, I tell you, Kane, it may be a little hard of sight this morning, but I can tell from up here that is one big boy. Let's see some power from this guy. Bang! And what did I tell you about power? Get out!
Oh, just short of the wall is Albion's left fielder able to track it down, having to run quite a long way to get to that one. And the Bulldogs threaten but do not score. We're through 1 here, 0-0. At Nicolay Field, you're with Sean Kane alongside Frank Krupe.
You got it.
He's a little out of his element here, since there's no ice, there's no sticks. Well, there are.
I got ice in
sticks, they're just
my
not the
Tim
same.
Hortons water cup right here. What are you talking about?
Did you roll up the win? Did you roll up the rim to win today?
No,
Frank?
it's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
You went 0 for 30.
I went 0 for 30. Let's talk about what we just saw, though, Kane. That was Colin Parcher. Stranding 2 on base. A few feet away from hitting his first home run of the year, and that would have been huge for the Bulldogs. Oh, so close to jumping out to a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the first. Stalemate after the first.
And we're going to start off the second now as Fryer's done with his warm-up pitches as Steven Rowski, the DH, comes up to the plate. First pitch, pop up to the right side. And it's handled there by Schutz of Adrian.
Nice job to track that down, make that 4 straight batters retired now for the Bulldog pitcher, Jordan Frere.
A double play helping with that in the first inning. As
That's right.
Kyle Kowal hit into the 3-6-1. Spencer Bonifiglio up to bat now.
Good Italian boy here.
There's a ball inside from Fryer on the first pitch.
He's got to be Italian with a name like that, right, Dove? I would think so, too.
Bonifiglio behind the plate for the Britons
you got to
today.
say it with an Italian accent. Kane.
Bonifiglio.
Bonifiglio. See.
I'll let you handle that, Frank.
All right.
Three straight balls from Fryer now, looking to avoid Bonifiglio. The Fig, as I'm going to call him, batting .212 in 11 games this season, 33 at-bats. Doesn't look like anything to be too afraid of.
Yeah, watch this.
Oh, there's a ground ball to the third baseman. It's going to be handled by Tommy Ang, who fires it across. Hey, and there's the second out of the inning. Now coming up, number 2 for the Britons, Ben Crawford, the right fielder here tonight. Crawford batting .226 in 10 games.
7 hits on the season for Crawford and 31 at-bats. There's a nice rip there. But it's a little shallow and the side is retired. 6 up, 6 down for the Bulldog pitcher Nate Brubaker, who...
Nope.
Or excuse me,
Nope.
Jordan Fryer.
Jordan
What?
Fryer doing quite well through the first 2 innings here.
You cut me off because I messed up once?
Yep.
That's fair.
We run a tight strict shift here
Oh, really?
at ACTV. Thanks for joining us today. If you're listening in, viewing, we're at Nicolay Field here at Adrian College. Looking along the outfield fence, 1993, 2005, 2006, 2008, 2009, 2010, all that championship banners out there. 6 years in a row, Adrian College Bulldogs as MIAA regular season champions under 26-year Coach Rainey.
Yeah, they've definitely been a force to be reckoned with in the MLB. No question about that. This program is really turning into something special here. Expect success, and they've had some of it every year for quite a while. Sean, one thing to keep an eye on throughout the course of the game, the wind is moving at 6.3 miles to the north. Believe it's a northwardly wind coming in from
The right.
Windsor.
Windsor.
And we'll
is
see if
true.
that plays a factor here.
Windsor is north of us. I guess more northeast of us.
Well,
Yeah. All right, well, we're back here. 3rd inning, Adrian College baseball as Brubaker puts one across for a strike. Up to bat for the Bulldogs, Drew Schutz, the right fielder. Curveball sneaks in there for strike 2. Now 0-2. He's got to work himself out of a little hole here.
Schutz has started all 12 games for the Bulldogs this year. 8 hits in 35 at-bats with 5 RBIs and check swing there, it looked like.
The appeal, though, says he did not go from our first base umpire.
That's right.
And we've got 2-2.
Foul!
Foul ball goes down the right field line. No one wanted to give chase to that one. Still 2-2 here. Nate Brubaker, the sophomore out of Oxford, Michigan. Oh, shot right back up the middle. It's going to get past Brubaker. And Schutz is on with a leadoff single here in the 3rd inning.
And there's a nice piece of hitting there for number 14 of the Bulldogs with a leadoff single. Firing a dart up the center of the field.
We're still in the 2nd inning. Excuse me. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, you know what? We expect... Yeah, you're off the mic, Sean.
I'm off the mic.
Yeah. I get 3 strikes, you only get 1. Or something like that.
Something along those lines as Brian Guck now up. Designated hitter. Guck, a freshman. 1 of 2 starting today.
2 RBIs on 3 hits this season for the freshman DH. Looking to bunt here, and wow.
Pops it up. Out of play.
And I'm going to run into the parking lot and grab that foul ball. Hold on 1 second.
I hope it didn't hit my car. Brubaker, the pitcher for Albion, he enjoys playing disc golf. One of his hobbies, as that bunt down the first base line rolls foul again, and Guck now going to have to swing his way to get shoots over to second, unable to knock down or get down the bunt.
Well, I'm back from the parking lot, and I lost the fight to a 14-year-old girl for the ball, so no souvenir for Frank so far. But I will get my hands on one of those balls. I can tell you that right now.
0-2 here. Swing and a miss. Another curveball.
Trouble with the curve for number 18. That was a nice pitch. Came in with some speed from Brubaker. Striking out. Brian Guck. First strikeout of the afternoon for second strikeout for the Albion pitcher.
And now up to bat is the catcher, Frank Resto,
Great name.
out of Miami, Florida. One of two players here from down south. There's a foul back and out of play. Resto, a freshman on this Bulldog squad in his first year here. First game, actually.
That's right. It's his first start. He has appeared in a game, but the catcher getting the nod to start this game. He's only had one at-bat this year in which he struck out.
There's a swing and a miss, but shoots able to swipe second base.
Turning on the Jets there.
Yes, sir.
That's what we like to see. Drew shoots with a stolen base.
That's his third of the season. Now 3 for 3. As Frank is head starting to hurt from looking at all those numbers on the
Yeah, I'm
stat
not using
sheet
the,
in front of him.
I'm not used to all these baseball stats and numbers. Bang!
There's a single by Resto. That's his first as an Adrian College Bulldog. Around third base comes Shoots. He's looking to score. No throw. And we've already got a nickname for the new freshman, Frank the Tank.
We only got room for one of those on campus, Thompson.
There's two Frank the Tanks at this field right now.
Right here. Well, I mean, I have no comment on that. But regardless, the Bulldogs are up 1-0. And a nice RBI there from Frank the Tank Resto.
Tommy Yang now in the 9th spot, the third baseman.
Now, in hockey, when you score your first goal, you get to keep the puck. And for this freshman kid, he just hit his first RBI. Does he get to keep the baseball? Is that not a good question? Think about it. Oh. We're understanding no. They do not get to keep the baseball.
There's a shot down the right field line that's going to travel foul, knock off the pavilion. Tommy Yang out of Troy, Michigan, attended Athens High School. Was first team all football his senior year. That voted upon by the Detroit Free Press.
Second on the team in RBIs is Tommy Yang. He's got 8. Alongside Ryan Doro, good enough for second on this
And
Bulldog Baseball Club.
Tommy going down looking there on a questionable outside pitch from Brubaker. Umpire feeling no remorse, though, as he rings him up. And we've got 2 outs now in the bottom of the second inning here. Inside pitch as we're back to the top of the order with Josh Knorr. Knorr 1 for 1 today on a infield single to the second baseman that he beat out. There's ball number 2 from Brubaker. Inside ball 3 from the Albion pitcher. Now 3-0 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Hits one over the plate for strike one.
As you mentioned before, Sean, Josh Knorr led off the game with a single in his previous at. And he takes a ball 4 here, and it'll jog to first base. So Knorr has reached first base twice in as many at-bats to start this game.
Second base on balls for Rubaker. Nate now 2 Ks, 2 walks on today's. And the first pitch is an off-speed curveball. Goes for ball 1. John Joseph, the third, up to bat
And he was walked in his previous at-bat.
on 4.
Right. It does take 4 for a walk.
That's very good. Well, 4 straight pitches.
Oh,
For those of you baseball fans that don't know what that means.
like myself.
Exactly. That's good, though.
Yeah.
Because now we know what to explain because you don't know what we're talking about.
That's not entirely true.
Oh, there's a strike on the outside corner.
Josh Knorr is grabbing a lot of real estate off the bag on first base. Watch for a possible steal here.
Mark Snyder behind the plate today, calling balls and strikes. Really likes that outside corner.
And again, Knorr was really leading off hard. He was looking to steal. Won't have the opportunity, though. Side is retired as Joseph is struck out.
And so we're at the end of 2 innings here at Nicolay Field at Adrian College. The Bulldogs up 1-0 through 2 on 1 hit for the Albion Britons, 3 for your Bulldogs. No errors. Pretty clean game so far. As Jordan Frere goes back out to the mound to pitch.
You know, I wonder if there's a microwave up in the press box here somewhere. I'd love to warm up my coffee. We got a lot more baseball to play, and my coffee's gotten cold. Is there a microwave up here somewhere?
Nope.
We're now being informed that no, there is not.
But I'll tell you what, there's a TV here. That's all I need.
Can we get a microwave up here?
Is there any chance that we could get an update on that game going on back there?
Yes, Michigan State's up 9.
Michigan State up 9 on the Virginia Cavaliers in the NCAA tournament.
How about your Duke
Well, they come on at 2.
Le Bleu Devil?
The Duke Blue Devils, they come on at 2:10 today, just after the Michigan State game.
Uh-huh.
So I will definitely be keeping up to date with that.
I see.
My future national champions playing against San Diego State
Oh, yeah,
University.
way to jinx them. What are you thinking, Shry? Shry. I just called you Shry.
Dude,
Kane.
oh, good Lord.
Oh, good Lord. I
Do not ever
I apologize
confuse me
for that.
with Gabriel Schreier.
You're right.
again.
That's bad.
And we're back with some
Sorry, Gabe.
Bulldog baseball here.
We got Jack Wyman stepping into the batter's box here.
Check swing, strike 1.
Wyman batting .250 in 12 at-bats.
Now 1-1. The count on Wyman. Wyman, the freshman out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, bloops one right over the head of Joseph, excuse me. And he's on with a leadoff single here in the top of the 3rd inning.
Shortstop number 4, Chase Carpenter.
Wyman enjoys weightlifting, playing video games.
And long walks on the beach.
I enjoy weightlifting too, Frank.
I can tell.
Starting to get a little, as they say, swole.
You know who else loves to lift weights too? Is Dovey. I mean, he's got it. That's just the life of the bodyguard.
And there's a bunt from Chase Carpenter. They're going to retire him at first.
Got him.
But he did do his job, moving Wyman over to second base.
Speaking of Dovey, we're going to have an interview coming up with him at some point here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell Krug to make you do it.
I'm currently looking at Dovey's attire, and he's rocking the flip-flops right now. Isn't it a little cold for flip-flops?
Dovey does not look impressed right now whatsoever. We're going to leave him alone. But we will have the assistant coach of our athletic training program, Adrian Dovey, on the bike at some point today. Who do we got up to bat here, Shauner? Justin Dennis, the second baseman, batting 3-3-3.
3-3-3.
You got it.
Dennis, also a freshman out of Birmingham, Michigan. Attended Birmingham Groves High School. A dominant baseball power in that southeastern district. He's played 11 games here, 333 average, as you said. 3 RBIs, 5 stolen bases, so he's got some speed on him. Obviously a threat to steal if he gets on base. Ball 2 from Fryer, just a bit inside. Dennis, the 9-hitter, is Shane Lindemann. Left fielder awaits on deck.
Dennis with 3 RBIs this season. Opportunity here for a 4th with Jack Wyman at second for the Brits.
Fryer comes set. It's going to be a pop-up. Parcher in pursuit, but he'll run out of real estate there as it goes foul.
Our tech guy, Dan the Man, wants to know what the score of the Red Wings game is.
Blues lead 1-0.
The Blues are currently leading 1-0 with 4 minutes to go in the second period. Steen's 23rd of the year is giving the Blues the lead. Sorry, Dan, but there's lots of time for the Red Wings to come back in that one. Unlike the Leafs, that's right.
And there's Dennis goes down swinging for the second out of this third inning now. Gotta get my innings down.
And that's the first strike of the game.
Especially since I already screwed this up.
For the Bulldog pitcher, Jordan Frere. Make that 13 strikeouts on the year now. Back to the top of the order we go. It's Shane Lindemann, who singled. And he's going to get thrown out here.
And that'll retire the side.
Well done by Reindor there to fight through the obstruction of Jack Wyman at second base.
I got a Toronto Maple Leafs joke for you.
Is this Dan the tech guy?
Hey, Dan.
Hi,
Hey.
Dan.
Dan, you should be on the mic just all the time with us.
Can
Can we bring Dan in for,
Yeah, second game. Sean K might leave, so.
Good, get him out of here.
What team from Toronto is going to win the Stanley Cup this year?
For Albion in the third, no runs, 1 hit.
The Make Believes.
And 1 left.
Ha, ha, ha.
Thought you liked that one.
You know, if this was the Shrine Kane show, Gabe might put on that clapping.
Wow, Frank.
Wow.
Wow.
Of course, we make fun of Gabe in good fun. One of our more premier announcers here at ACTV.
Gabe actually just sent me an audio file. I'm afraid to play it over the mic, but hold on. We'll see.
The audio is not important for those listeners.
Kane, are you actually going to leave us during the second game? No.
It depends on how long the first game takes.
What do you got to do?
I've got I'm a soccer player here at Adrian College, and we've
It's
got
off season.
our first spring game, 6 o'clock tonight.
Spring practice
Inter squad.
is what our AD, Mr. Duffy, is now informing me
It's
of.
an
That's
it's an
that's a
inter-squad.
practice.
I'm calling it a game. Just gets me more excited for it.
Speaking of our AD,
Trying to get people to come out too.
Michael Duffy, he's going to be joining us for an interview as well at some point in this game. Long list of people Mike with us at some point.
It seems as though we're annoying the administration.
He doesn't seem impressed either, but
That's okay, because we've got Bulldog baseball going on. We're here in the bottom of the third inning with the shortstop, Ryan Doro, leading off. Doro with one R, for those wondering.
you know what? That was the first thing that came to my mind. Is it with one R or two?
In Spanish, if he had two R's, it'd be Doro. But there is only one R. As it's 2 balls to 1 strike here. Ryan, the 5'9" sophomore out of South Haven, Michigan. He was a freshman last year as he won the MIAA Player of the Year title. And there's a shot down the left field line just out of the reach of third baseman Kowal. Doro hard around first base, but he's going to hold up there. And another leadoff single for your Bulldogs with Jeff Gertley coming to the plate.
It's the big boy, Jeff Gertley. Averaging exactly 400 on the season. 18 hits, 11 RBIs. Leads this Bulldog club all across the board in the hitting stats.
Gert, as we call him here, a 2-time D3Baseball.com Player of the Week.
He popped up to left in his previous at-bat. We'll see if he can do any better this time around.
Pickoff attempt from Brubaker is unsuccessful as Doro's back in safely. Brubaker's still in this game in his third inning of work here. Oh, and there's a shot. High fly ball to right field. Nothing more than a can of corn as Crawford settles under it, makes the grab.
Can of corn and I'll be fine.
You wondering, as Colin Parcher, the first baseman, comes up to bat, his first at bat, he just barely, well, I guess not just barely, but he flew out to left field, almost having to leave the park. Unfortunately, the wind was against him.
And that was with 2 out and 2 on as well. Sean, remember that he displayed some warning track power. Man on first. Opportunity here. And that's popped up high.
Foul, but Wyman able to handle it. I'm getting mocked for my term. For those wondering, the phrase originated in the 19th century, and it relates to an old-time grocer's method of getting canned goods down from a high shelf.
Well, and I've just been handed a pair of binoculars. That changes everything. I didn't know we had money in the budget for these. Oh, these are fantastic. Let's see if there's anyone in the crowd.
Right there.
Oh, we've got some female fans up on the hill way out in center field.
Oh, wild pitch there from Brew Buck, and Doro's going to take second base. The legend of Doro. There we go. The legend of Doro it is. I think we're going to record that one as a wild pitch. It is now confirmed. It's the great thing about Nicolay Field is the broadcasters right next to the scorekeepers. So we'll bring you live. We'll know first. There's a strike on Drew Schutz. The right fielder shoots in his first at-bat, singled hard back up the middle. Oh, high cheese for ball 4. Schutz going to take his base.
High cheese.
Yes. High cheese.
That's a hockey term, I believe.
Is it?
Top cheese. Something that Kevin Sunday has done more than any other hockey player in history. And when I refer to top cheese, I'm referring to the glass.
And there's a ground ball back up the middle. Fumbled at shortstop.
And the bases are now juiced. Here we go.
Chase Carpenter there at shortstop for the Britons.
Everyone in the booth stand up.
All but an easy play. Looked like he took his eye off the ball there for a second, fumbled it, and Schutz, who definitely has some speed there, was into second safely. And, you know, you're right, Frank, bases are juiced.
Coming up is Frank the Tank Resto, who just earned his first career RBI as a collegiate athlete, and now he's got another big opportunity with 3 ducks on the pond.
He's going to take his first pitch strike. Resto in his last at-bat, you said, getting his first RBI and his first hit as an Adrian College Bulldog. Starting his first game here.
We also understand he teaches advanced Spanish lessons on Sunday night.
Along with your Latin lessons, right? Or Italian?
Italian.
Italian.
Latin's on Mondays.
Ah.
Nothing I like to do better on a Monday night than learn Latin.
You and me both, Frank. Curveball strike.
That was a nice looking pitch there. What do you think, Sean? That was right
was
down the pike.
It's beautiful. Look.
The pipe.
Reminds me a lot of my first curveball. Used to throw 55 miles per hour out of the 3/4 slot.
I'm sure you did.
Back in high school. Oh, there's a single to the right side. Oh, nope. It's going to be handled by first baseman Wyman, Jack Wyman. And the Bulldogs threaten, but do not score. As we're through 3 innings of play here.
Big opportunity
nothing.
missed there.
Yes. Never want to leave runners on base.
And now we're going to hear from our baseball analytics guy, Kevin Sunday. Kevin, analytics man here at Nicolay Field. Genius, brilliant mathematician. You taught me a few times. We're not going to talk about that because we'll be here all day. But what do you see in here math-wise, Kevin? Are there numbers popping out at you when you stare at the baseball field?
Well, when we have more hits than them, that's a good thing. You know.
Well, thank you.
Try to be master of the obvious here, but what does subtlety get you?
The score's 1-0. What kind of analytics can you come up with? Like, is there an equation or something you can give us from a 1-0 score?
I'll try. I mean, that's a really small sample size, and statistically, I don't think it would be good of me to get any kind of a equation from a one-run game. The sample size is very small. Obviously, only one game too. But if we take the derivative, raise the power of 5, and maybe the integral of that function, I would say the Bulldogs win today.
I'll tell you what, that was a lot of math that I did not understand.
Yeah, I need an Advil after. Thanks, Kevin. We'll bring Kevin back in a few innings and see if his analytics perspective has changed at all.
Bill James.
Great.
Is that his name?
I believe so.
Moneyball?
Yeah. Sunday Ball. What was
Sunday Ball. That was our latest edition of Sunday Ball.
Well, does he get on
Fantastic.
base? Does he get on base, Frank? That is the question.
Kevin Sunday puts the fun day in Sunday.
Kyle Kowal, the hot corner third baseman, up to bat now. Fryer back up on the mound again. Kowal shows bunt but pulls back and strike one there.
Kowal was struck out earlier in this game. Nope.
Kowal hit
Wrong
into
number 11, excuse me.
Kowal hit into a double play.
He grounded into a double play.
Frank, I've got it right here. You just look right here.
I can't understand what that says.
He can't read his scorebook.
I can't read a baseball scorebook.
We'll teach you as Kowal fouls that one back out of play. Takes years of practice.
I mean, honestly, like, I'm looking at this piece of paper you got here right now,
Making your head hurt?
and all I see is like Egyptian like cursive writing. And
Hyro
yeah, that's the word
There's
I
a
was
ball
that's the word I was looking for, I guess.
just inside. You know, looking at this so far, Mark Snyder, our home plate umpire, seems to favor that outside corner when it comes down to it. Kyle Kowal, team captain of this Albion Britain team. Curveball just slipped. It's just a bit outside. There's a shot down the third base line, handled by Tommy Ang, who rifles it across the diamond for out number one here in the fourth inning.
I tell you, the Bulldog defense has been pretty sturdy today. They haven't had to make any really exceptional plays defensively, but making all the plays that they should be. And that's where we stand, 1-0 here in the top of the fourth.
No errors yet for the Dogs, one for the Britons. Just 2 hits for this Albion squad, as there's a capper off the bat of Michael Fischbach that rolls foul. Fischbach, the junior out of Valencia, California, trying to grow accustomed to this cold weather, being from warm, sunny California. Must be difficult. As there's a ground ball to second baseman. And Joseph fires it over to Parcher for out number 2.
Freyer has now forced 3 straight Albion batters into grounding out.
He's gotten his 5 to keep the ball in the infield. As there's strike one. Something you want out of your pitcher is that you'd rather have ground balls than fly balls, because, well, fly balls can turn into home runs. Ground balls really can't. As there's a foul ball on a check swing.
And this is the DH, Steven Morosky, we're getting a look at here. He's one of only 3 players on the Brits who have recorded a home run this season. Batting .281, he popped up in his earlier at-bat.
Curveballs hit down the right field line, but shoots. It's going to make that easy catch. And just like that, Britons go down 1, 2, 3. No runs, no hits, no errors.
Bulldog defense on point thus far.
As well as Fryer, excuse me.
As well as Frank. And Sean Kane, somewhat.
And I'll tell you what, we're always on point.
All right. What happened to our AD, Michael Duffy?
He heard that he was going to be getting an interview, and he left.
I wanted to see if there's any money in the budget for a microwave. Because my coffee has gotten ice cold, let me tell you. How do we not have a microwave up here in the broadcast booth? Sean, you got red hair. Do you think you could heat it up for me? Take that as a no.
Believe it or not, our hair is not hotter than other hair. We're through 3.5 here at Nicolay Field. Bulldogs leading 1-0 on 4 hits. Albion just with 2 has an error. I'm being told I'm a very good intramural volleyball player. Pretty good.
I'm a really good intramural chess player. I was a champion in grade 3 in my elementary school.
Number 11, Tommy Eng.
And now Tommy Eng stepping into the box as we lead off the bottom of the 4th.
Tommy Ing with the second go around. Struck out looking. Oh, excuse me. Wow, pen's flying all over the place here right now. Struck out looking in his first at bat. He swung on and foul tipped it into the chest of Bonafiglio, the Fig.
Think he's got some fig trees in his backyard?
I was a big fan of Newton figs when I was a kid. If those have any correlation.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, well. Still a fun fact for the fans that are making their Wikipedia page of me right now. There's strike 2 on the outside corner once again.
And we lost our cameraman, Dan the Man, who is using the little boys' room. So now we've got our analytics man, Kevin Sunday, who's adding another description to his job title.
Ground ball back up the middle.
Working the camera. And look at the camera work there from Kevin.
Chase Carpenter handles it with ease. Flings it across the diamond. Out number 1.
So now we're back to the top of the order. It's number 16, Josh Knorr of the Bulldogs. 1 for 2 with a leadoff single. Well, excuse me. No, not 1 for 2.
1 for 1.
1 for 1. And he was walked in his second at-bat. Getting his third crack at the Albion pitcher, Brubaker.
Yeah, you know, Knorr really has his number so far this game with a hard single. And then a walk on 4 pitches as well.
I tell you, this umpire, Mark Snyder, he really gets down low. Is that just me, Sean?
Well, you know, they
Take a look at how close he is to the catcher. He's breathing down his neck.
Yeah, you know, in umpire school, what they teach you is that you put your eyes where the top of the strike zone would be. So if you have to look up, that means it's a ball.
Oh, I see.
So a little bit of reasoning behind his
Okay.
peculiar stance. As ball 4 is in the dirt. And Knorr's on base for a 3rd time today.
Walked for the 2nd time. So he's reached first base, and all 3 of his at-bats has the infielder Josh Knorr, and now it's the second baseman John Joseph stepping into the box. He was struck out his last time in the batter's box.
Knorr for threat to steal with a huge lead down there at first base.
And he's got 1 stolen base this year on 1 attempt, does Knorr, so we'll keep an eye on that. He's grabbing some prime real estate out there now.
Really making this pitcher think about him. Brubaker. As there's a strike, Brubaker with a little bit of a leg kick. Slows down his delivery to the plate. Yet to see the Fig behind the plate, Bonafiglio, throw that ball down to second. And run. As Joseph's able to get that one back out to the pitcher and Knorr is into second base, no problem. Joseph the third doing his job there.
He had a massive leadoff, did Josh Knorr. He was pretty much already at second by the time that Ball came off of the bat of John Joseph. And now we get a look at Ryan Doro.
The freshman. And ball in the dirt. And Knorr being aggressive. Swipes third. We'll get a scoring update on that in a second. Wild pitch. Second wild pitch of the game for Brubaker.
So that does not count as a steal.
Nope.
For Josh Knorr?
If they do not attempt to throw you out, it is not a steal.
How about that?
New rule change implemented into baseball a few years ago.
Really?
Yes.
Is that like MLB wide, college wide? Is that?
I believe it's now implemented throughout all of baseball.
All right.
Um,
Little League?
who knows?
T-ball?
Do they keep stats there?
What about T-ball?
Tell you what, in T-ball I won games. That's all That's all that mattered to me.
Well, all that matters is you. Remember that here at ACTV.
We do this for the people.
We sure do.
As there's a ball outside. 3-1 now. Some struggle from Brubaker here in the city to find the strike zone.
Ryan Doro 1 for 2 thus far.
No one I'd rather have at the plate than Doro with a man on third. Ooh, check swing. They're going to say he did.
Oh, that was a close call, wasn't it, Sean?
Full count now. I'll tell you what, Brubaker's curveball really giving these Bulldogs some problems. Can't get a read on it. As Doro cocks the DeMarini baseball bat above his head. Ball 4 in the dirt. And that's going to put him at the corners for the 4-hitter, number 10, Jeff Gertley. Gertley leads all players here today with 4 home runs, 11 RBIs.
He's popped up twice this afternoon. And he's got runners on the corner. And an opportunity to expand this lead
and
for
there's
the Bulldogs.
A drive to right field. If it stays fair, it's going to bounce off the base of the wall. Gertley hustling around to second base. They only score 1 as Doro makes it to third. And there's Gertley's 12th RBI and his 9th double of the year.
Bulldogs push their lead to 2-0 now. Thanks to that RBI double from the big man, Jeff putting a hurt Gertley.
And now Matt Ricks out to the mound to calm down Nate Brubaker. Albion head coached by Scott Carden and assisted by Matthew Ricks.
Brubaker with 5 walks through 4 innings of work. And he gets a pat on the posterior from his coach and see if he can settle things down a little bit.
Some more updates from the NCAA tournament. Virginia still trailing Michigan State 47-41 with looks about 4 minutes to go. I'll tell you what, if Michigan State wins this game, my bracket will be officially busted.
Parcher in the batter's box here for the Bulldogs. He popped out with 2 outs in the second inning. He takes a nice strike there from Brubaker.
Parcher in that First inning had that long fly ball to left where Linderman handled it, but almost left the park as he swings at a bad curveball there.
Smacking his bat in frustration with his right hand was Parcher. Got to settle down a little bit here.
New rule change in the MLB this year is that batters in between pitches cannot step completely out of the batter's box. They must keep 1 foot in at all times.
Thank God. It only took 58 years to figure that out?
I'll tell you what, I'm not a fan of that.
You're not a fan of what? Having a half hour shaved off the game?
No, I mean, I enjoy going to baseball games for 4 hours. I really do. Getting a nice sunburn.
You know what I do too, and that's why we're here on ACTV.
It's now 3-2, full count here. Parcher v. Brew Baker. Brew Baker, quite the ERA despite being 0-1. Then again, only 4 and 2/3 inning pitched. He's been more of a reliever so far this year than a starter. As there's ball 4.
And it's time to stand up in the broadcast booth because now
the bases are juiced.
Are juiced to the max. Parcher is walked, the 6th walk for Brew Baker. And now stepping in for Adrian, number 18, Brian Guck.
Drew shoots.
Drew shoots.
That's 2 strikes now from
Excusez-moi.
8 from Albion relief pitcher warming up in the bullpen down behind the right field wall. We'll get you that name in just a second when he decides to come out from behind the wall.
Shoots has 1 home run on the season.
No,
No, I lied. Doesn't have any.
that's a hit by pitch, Frank. He's been hit once.
Oh, okay.
Shoots out of Three Rivers, Michigan. Who's also an all-state football player. For quarterback. So, what that tells me is he must have a cannon. That's where they put the cannon arms, isn't it? Right field. 2-1 now on shoots. Outside pitch called for a strike. And I've been saying it all game, Frank. Mark Snyder really favors that outside corner.
Dan, the man is fired up right now. He does not like that call.
I'll tell you what, I would have been able to hit that with my 3-wood.
We're going to have to ask Kevin Sunday about that after the next intermission. All right.
Oh, and there's a line drive into center field. Charging is the center fielder Fishbach, and he's going to make the sliding catch to end the inning. And once again, the Bulldogs leave the bases loaded as they threaten but do not score. They get 1 run, though. It's now 2-0 Adrian after 4 innings. We're almost halfway here at Nicolay Stadium, or field, excuse me.
Sean, what's the hardest pitch to hit in baseball?
Well, it depends on the pitcher.
In general.
In general, wow.
If you were to survey every player in the MLB and say, in general, what is the hardest pitch to hit? What do you think the consensus answer would be?
Oh,
I'll tell you the right answer.
what is the right answer, Dan? That's Stan.
Fastball.
Really?
Without a doubt.
I'd feel like a knuckleball would be really difficult to hit.
Incorrect. Here's why.
Enlighten me.
If you can show me a pitcher who can locate a knuckleball, I will show you a 18-time Cy Young Award winner. Because if you can locate a knuckleball, then you're not going to lose a game. Fastball, on the other hand, is located nearly 100% of the time, and it can be put into a place that is impossible to hit for any specific batter at any given time.
This is true, but that doesn't make it the hardest pitch to hit.
No, what do you mean?
Well, he's asking if it's what's the hardest pitch to hit. If you can
Fastball.
if you can locate a knuckleball, I believe it is the hardest pitch to hit.
No one does.
But still,
What about a 7-seam sinker?
There's no such thing.
I'm kidding.
a great potential Hall of Famer, Tim Wakefield, really handled that knuckleball pretty well.
My parents called from 600 miles away and demanded that we bring you a warm coffee.
Well, we would like to give a shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Hatfield from Lawns, Michigan,
And
for bringing me and Frank, well, not so much me, but Frank, some hot coffee. Oh, and there's a beautiful scoop by Colin Parcher down at first base after a low throw from Ryan Doro to get the first out of the inning. Now, did you guys bring the coffee? No, they didn't bring the coffee. Well, that's awkward.
Well, you know what? As long as the Hatfields are taking requests, I got a few more as well. I'd love a sub from Jimmy John's. I got a cable bill that needs to be paid. And my laundry also needs to be done as well. So
I need some gas.
if you're taking requests, we will accept them all afternoon here on ACTV. Shout out to the Hatfields. And everyone else watching. Because we love everybody here at ACTV. And there's a...
Like I said, we do it for you. As I was cut off, I'm going to say that one again. We do it for you.
And that was a blooper into the center field that lands for a single.
Ben Crawford.
That's right.
Jack Wyman now going to come to the plate.
And
You
Jack...
know, I
Sorry, go ahead.
trademarked the term bloop single my freshman year of high school. I did not have enough muscle to get it to the outfield on a line drive.
I actually coined the phrase, pardon my French. As long as we're talking about things like that. Come on, Sean.
You know, I stood 5'5", 95 pounds.
We got first baseman Jack Wyman in the batter's box here. He singled earlier in the game.
Oh, nifty little curveball there, and for strike 2. Potential starter Tommy Ang. One and two now on Jack Wyman as Ben Crawford takes his lead from first, and there's a single back up the middle. Gertley going to get in center, but he will hold up as Crawford stops at second base. It's 2 straight singles now off of Fryer.
And I tell you what, Jack Wyman, who's only started this game for the 4th time this year, he's showing head coach of the Brits, Scott Carden, why you got to leave him in the game. 2 for 2.
3 for 3. Nope, just kidding.
2 for 2. Nice start to his afternoon for Wyman, as he has now recorded back-to-back singles. Runners on first and second. Now for number 4 of the Brits, Chase Carpenter.
Chase knocks one off. That's going to leave the park.
Chase Carpenter popped up in his only other at-bat.
Stands starting to fill here at Nicolay Field as Adrian locals enduring the cold weather to come cheer on their Bulldog squad.
Two nothing here in the top of the 5th. If you're a little late joining us, I'm Frank Krupe, and we got Gabe Schrey. Sorry, Sean Kane.
I'm the better of the
Here in the booth for ACTV.
the better of the freshman announcers here at Adrian College.
That's right.
Glad you agree.
And this game is a doubleheader as well, so we'd like to remind you at the conclusion of this one, just put the coffee right back on and join us for the second game. getting cheeky there on second base was Crawford. Looking to possibly nab third base. Carpenter.
We'll get you an update from the NCAA tournament here just in a second as Carpenter swings and misses. Virginia trailing Michigan State 55-49, and looks like the Cavaliers are on their way down. I'm being told that I sound terrible by Gabriel Schrei. As there's a ground ball to Colin Parcher at first base. He's going to step on the bag for the second out of the inning. But both runners move up, and it's second and third for
Justin Dennis.
The
second baseman is the only Albion batter that Bulldog pitcher Jordan Frere has struck out. And now they're going to huddle up here.
Important situation here for the Bulldogs. Obviously, simple single to the outfield could really tie this game up.
And a nice jog there from head coach Craig Rainey. I love those sweaters. Where do we get one of those? Baseball has tremendous swagger. Swag.
We can order some. Well, I guess you can order. Where can we order some?
Do we have any?
Can we tell some of the fans if they want to get some stuff?
Do we have any announcer per diem?
Do we get a 15% discount?
Announcer per diem on the sweaters? Perfect. Awesome. 100% off.
I'll tell you what.
It's a big play in this game here, Sean, with
Yes, it is.
Brits down 2-0.
As there's
two men on for Justin Dennis with two out.
strike one from Jordan Fryer, who's still going to work here in the fifth. 4 innings under his belt. Jordan Fryer.
Justin Dennis has 3 RBIs this season.
Curveball. Off the mark from Fryer.
Crawford and Wyman on third and second. Looking to come home. Can Justin Dennis bring them home?
Ground ball. Right at Joseph, who handles it cleanly. And just like that, they're out of the inning. Again, Albion's threaten. Do not score.
And now we're going to bring in our baseball analytics master, Kevin Sunday, once again. Kevin Sunday puts the fun day in Sunday. Kevin, we were talking earlier about what the hardest pitch to hit is in baseball. And I want to hear from your standpoint in terms of Mathematica. What's got to be the hardest to hit?
Well, just so we're clear, what did Dan say and what did Sean say?
Dan said fastball and Sean said
accurate knuckleball. He says accurate fastball. I say accurate knuckleball.
Ellen says slider. Frank thinks it's a 7-seam fastball. What do you think it is?
The 7-seam sinker?
7-seam sinker, excuse me.
That has a good ring to it. I'd say in terms of analytics, the knuckleball, it's hard. It's unpredictable. And I just want to talk about my equation I worked in earlier. It seems to be working out. I do have to take the slope of the umpire's calls on the outside. It's a little strange, but putting into the equation, and it still says Bulldog win. It's not Moneyball, but I'll call it Sunday ball.
Kevin, the Bulldogs are up 2-0. How much are the Bulldogs up by?
The Bulldogs are up, by my equation, 84% over what Albion can possibly get for the rest of the game. So that doesn't guarantee a win, but statistically, I'd say, I have a pretty good confidence interval.
Awesome. There's our baseball analytics genius, Kevin Sunday. We'll hear from him in the 7th inning as we look to conclude the game. And let's play ball here. Stepping into the box for the Bulldogs to lead off the ball. 5th is the number 5.
41.
Number 5.
Well, thank you to you 41 viewers out there listening to me and Frank talk.
Is this Matt Andrus now we're seeing?
Oh, we have a pinch hitter.
So pinch hitter.
Sorry.
Wow, that threw me off guard.
That was not expected. We have a pinch hitter here for the Bulldogs. Matt Andrus now stepping in for Tommy Ang is who is now being.
I believe he's hitting in place of number 18 on the Bulldogs, Brian Guck. He's hitting for Guck. Yes.
For Gucky. Okay.
So we've got the junior from Troy, Michigan, who's just popped up as he swipes his bat in frustration against the ground. Andrus not able to make good on his pinch hit attempt. Now we've got Frank the Tank Resto stepping in. He grounded out with the bases loaded his last at-bat.
We have a live score update. Michigan State just knocked off the number 2 team in the East region.
Really?
Yes. Cavaliers fell to the Spartans. And let me tell you, East Lansing is going to have fun tonight.
You know who else had fun last night?
The NCAA varsity hockey team.
You betcha. The boys sure did not do anything except go right home and rest up for the big weekend that lies ahead.
The freshman, Frank Resto, up to bat now. 3 balls, 1 strike. Frank the Tank, as we call him here, in his first hit as a Bulldog. Got himself his first RBI.
And our baseball analytics genius has just informed us that that was the 100th pitch that Nate Brubacher has thrown. It's a lot of work for this young man in this game, as he finds himself down 2-0. And he strikes out Frank the Tank there for his 5th K of the afternoon. Tommy Eng now stepping in. He was struck out, and he grounded out earlier, 0 for 2.
There's a foul ball by Ang.
Tommy Yang has 8 RBIs on the season. Tied with Ryan Doro for the second most on this baseball club.
We're getting some heckling from the fans now. Not happy.
Some hecklers.
With Mark Snyder's strike zone in this game. There's a... There's a ball. Now 2-1. The count to Thomas Ang. There's a ball in the dirt. I think we have a new analytical master in the booth. Ryan Thompson.
Speaking of Ryan Thompson,
as ball 4 for Tommy as he heads down to first.
and that was the 7th walk there for Brubaker. We were talking about Ryan Thompson, though, a minute ago, and I do want to mention that his nickname is the Black Cat. And we're going to find out why his nickname is the Black Cat. We'll hear from him next inning switch over as to why we call him that. So make sure you stick around. We'll hear from that.
Ryan Thompson, obviously, our
Ryan the Black Cat Thompson.
sports information director here at Adrian College. Does an excellent job making programs and, of course, doing other things that make us one of the best D3 athletic colleges in the country.
It's pandemonium up here.
Wow, Frank. Wow.
Wow. A lot of contact on that hit.
That might have been the biggest play of his career.
Wow, Frank.
Oh my God, I thought that was Gabe, like that had crawled up behind me. All right, let's settle down here. Who do we got in the box? It's Josh Knorr. Top of the order we go. Oh, we got a steal here. Can he make it?
On the move, he's safe.
Bam! He gets it.
And the girls are swooning over that steal.
Tommy Yang with his third stolen base of the season. Last year he led the team in steals. And he's also engaged to our very own Jocelyn Hatfield. I'm just kidding.
Jocelyn Yang.
Jocelyn Ing. That one has a great ring to it. Jocelyn Ing. Oh, we're only kidding.
All in good fun.
Jocelyn Hatfield is one of our very own here at ACTV. Mr. and Mrs. Hatfield, we're just kidding. Don't worry.
And there's a single through the middle on the left side by Josh Knorr. Tommy around third base. He's going to score standing up, and it's now 3-0 for the Bulldogs. In the bottom of the fifth, Josh Knorr with the single there and the RBI.
Second RBI of the season for Josh Knorr extends the lead to 3 in the top of the sixth.
He is now 2 for 2 on the day, 4 for 4 on base percentage in this game. 2 balls, 2 singles. As Brubaker's pickoff attempt is unsuccessful. Brubaker getting well up into the 110, 115. And looks like we're going to get a pitching change here as head coach of this Bulldog team, Scott Carden, is going to take the ball from Brubaker and give the motion to the bullpen as we bring in a relief pitcher.
Brubaker exits with 4 strikes. He gave up 6 walks.
We will get
3 runs on 6 innings played. We'll find out exactly how many hits he gave up. We don't have. We're gonna pull the live stats up right now.
We will give you the stat line in just a second.
Get those live stats up there, Kaner.
Brubaker.
All right.
But until then, we have the freshman. Steven Scott now pitching for the Albion Britons, the right-handed pitcher. The not-so-final stat line on Nate Brubaker. 4 2/3 innings pitched, 3 runs on 6 hits, 7 walks, 5 Ks, only 2 of them looking. And, of course, we'd like to remind you he is responsible for Josh Knorr, the Blissfield native, on first base.
So who do we got on the mound here now,
We're
Kaner?
joined now by Steven Scott.
Freshman from Clarkston, Michigan, right-handed thrower. And he'll face off against John Joseph.
First pitch is a strike, and Knorr on the throw. Oh, they're going to get him. A great throw by the Fig behind the plate for Albion. Bonifiglio. Guns. Knorr at second. And that's going to do it for the Bulldogs in the 5th inning. That is Knorr's first time being thrown out while stealing a base this season.
Now, for those of us who don't know everything about the great game of baseball like myself, does John Joseph, is he the leadoff batter next inning? He is. All right. Count will be at 0-0.
Glodich for the Adrian Bulldogs, now taking left field. We'll get you the live substitutions in a second. We'll be right back.
Here's what it is. Glodich is going to hit the number 1 spot and play left.
For Knorr?
Yep. Gertley moved to right field. So Gertley still bats 4th.
Bulldogs are leading 3. Scoring summary. Frank Resto singled to center field.
21, Mikowski will hit
In the bottom of the 2nd, Drew Schutz drove him home. Ryan Doro, RBI, brought home Jeff Gartley in the bottom of the 4th. And then in the bottom of the 5th, it was Josh Knorr, who singled to the left side, brought home by Tommy Yang. And that's where we stand here in the top of the 6th, with number 19 of the Brits stepping into the batter's box, Shane Lindemann. What are you trying to do here, Sean?
Pull your foot back so my cord isn't on underneath you.
My foot is up in the air.
Yeah, now pull your foot over the cord.
Oh, I see.
There we go. We've got some defensive substitutions for the Adrian Bulldogs.
Well, my cords are all messed up.
Gunnar Glodich is now playing left field for Josh Knorr, and then in center field now as Gertley moves over to right, Ian Mikowski. Ian Mikowski takes center field. Drew Schutz is now out of the game for the Bulldogs, as well as Josh Knorr. There's a ground ball to the shortstop, Ryan Darrow, who on the run throws it across the diamond to Parcher and gets him at first by about a step and a half, if I do say so myself.
Close call there. But more solid defending from the Bulldogs, able to get that out just in time.
Now up to bat number 11, Kyle Kowal for the Britons.
And make that the 3rd straight ground out for Kyle Cole. 0 for 3 now on the day. Center fielder Michael Fischbach now stepping up, looking to spark the 2-out rally.
Fischbach also 0 for 2. So far, had a ground out to second in the 4th inning and a fly out to center in the 1st.
Wow, I can't believe what's happening right now. Tommy Bahama has just showed up with a large coffee. What else you got here? Milk and sugar. Tommy, don't go anywhere. We're going to get an interview in a second. Don't go anywhere. Kevin, make sure he doesn't go anywhere.
Jordan Freyer still on the mound for the Bulldogs.
Look at this thing. There's a barrel here. I'm not going to be able to drink all this.
Just 68 pitchers for Jordan. so
Yeah,
far
yeah,
in this
absolutely. Who wants coffee here? Well, you know, Rob Trevino messaged me at one point, and he's at Adrian College Security. He said, "Frank, you want a coffee?" I said, Rob, there's very few things that I say no to, and that's one of them. And moments later, Tommy Bahama shows up with a large bucket of jaw for the kids, which we'll be sharing amongst all.
There's a foul ball from Michael Fischbach.
Wow.
Now 2-2.
Here, Dan, go have at it here.
Everyone looking to be a quick inning here. Already 2 outs in the top of the 6th. We're just over halfway through this baseball game. But don't go anywhere because number 2 of our doubleheader will immediately follow the ending of this one as a ball in the dirt's blocked very well by Resto.
So let me understand this, Sean. Our viewers are not allowed to go anywhere, but you're allowed to go to soccer practice. Is this what I'm understanding?
Well, let's see. This game probably is going
You
to
got
be.
plenty of time.
You're right.
Don't leave me up here by myself.
I got to be to my locker room at 5:15.
Oh, you got all the time in the world. Bang! And that is high. Will it be caught?
Gertley over
Oh,
the wall.
he's-
Oh, but he can't hold on.
Not able to squeeze the leather. Foul ball. And that was almost a highlight reel catch on ACTV. Madonna. Michael Fischbach
Jeff Gertley almost
with a hot shot, and Gertley almost caught it.
being able to make that play as I'm currently changing my lineup now.
All right.
And there's ball 4 to Michael Fischbach, who fought hard for that 4-ball walk. Lots of foul balls there. Almost popped out to Jeff Gertley, but he wasn't unable to hold on while taking that impact from the wall.
There's a nice hit there. And wow, look at this piece of defending. Can he get him?
Yes, he does. A great scoop by Colin Parcher down at first.
What a play by the Bulldogs. As they go 3 up, 3 down in the 6th inning and carry a 3-0 lead into the bottom of the 6th. Wonderful play from the Bulldog.
Ryan Doro.
Ryan Doral, the shortstop.
Again, MIAA Player of the Year for the Bulldogs. Unbelievable.
And now we're going to hear from our very own Tommy Bahama, who's with Adrian Security. Come on, Tommy. You can go hop up here for a second. Tommy Bahama is a vet here with Adrian College Campus Safety. Tommy, last night at the Arrington for the men's quarterfinal playoff game, the place was buzzing. Tell me, did you have to throw anybody out? Was it getting unruly? Anyone getting up in your face?
No, it was a nice, calm evening. Good times to be had by all.
Did you have to wheel around campus and break up any parties or hand out any MIPs? Not MIPs. Fines.
No, it was a good night.
Okay, and
Actually decent for a change.
for a change, yeah. Oh, there you
For a
go.
change.
Now, Tommy, you showed up with a large bucket of jaw for me here. Where'd you get this from?
Wesco.
Wesco, and
Only
like,
the finest.
like how, like, tell me the story of like how this, like, because Rob Trevino, who's another Adrian Security, he messaged me, and I thought I was gonna see him, but I mean, happy to see you too.
Rob just said, you asked for coffee. Said, Tom, get him coffee. I got him coffee. How's that work?
There you go, Tommy Bahama, ladies and gentlemen.
A resounding applause from the
Resounding
fans.
applause from the booth.
Wow. Obviously a popular figure on campus. As we're back with Bulldog baseball, John Joseph III steps into the plate after having his at-bat cut short last inning due to a
Joseph having a rough afternoon in the back. Now 0 for 4.
just one more pop fly to his record.
And he's also had a bit of a rough start
0 for
to
3.
the season.
Excuse me.
Has the second baseman got a team low average of 182. But the good news is there's tons of baseball left in the season for him to prove upon that.
All right, Frank. As in the box now is Doro. After strike 1, he sees ball 1 go by. We'll get you some information on this newest pitcher and, of course, Brubaker's final stat line. It's official after they getting out of the inning. Brubaker 4 2/3, 3 earned on 6 hits, 7 walks, 5 strikeouts. He finished with well north of 100 pitches.
So Brew Baker proves not to be a heartbreaker for the Bulldog batters. This afternoon as Adrian had their way with him, and there's a hot shot there down center field.
Right back up the middle.
Ryan Doro.
Just another single for Doro. He's now
1 for 3.
2 for 3.
2 for 3, excuse me. That's why I need my analytics man, Kevin, to correct me. We're going to hear from him shortly.
Stephen Scott, our newest relief pitcher for the Britons, the freshman out of Clarkston, Michigan.
Stephen Scott.
He was a four-sport athlete in high school: basketball, baseball, football, and soccer.
And it's a big man.
He enjoys golfing, as do I, Scotty.
Wonderful.
Business major at Albion. Throws from the right side. Ooh, and a beautiful curveball from Scott there. Gets Gertley to whiff.
Whose MLB nickname was the Big Hurt?
Frank Thomas.
Well, I think we got the Big Gert here. He's officially earned.
And there's
oh, we got a wild pitch.
Hit by pitch. And Frank's going to take his base.
He puts on the Gert. You know, we got nicknames for all of our NCAA hockey players, and congratulations, Jeff Gertley. You've just earned our first official nickname.
That's not true. Frank the Tank.
Oh, excuse me,
Frank
second.
Resto. We've also got the Legend of Doro.
Oh, you're right. Where have I been for the last 2 hours?
Beats me.
Tch,
And that was
tell me.
that was gusting.
Yeah, I didn't have my coffee for the last hour. That's why I've been blacking out.
Up to bat now, Colin Parcher with 2 runners on.
Parcher has popped up twice.
Ryan Hornack is now in the booth.
Wow.
So many celebrities.
Hornack's got a
Oh, and there's a
bag of Sun Chips, too.
dribbler to the right side. It's going to be handled by the second baseman, Dennis. And Parcher moves up the runners, does his job. And it's now third and second with 2 outs for
It's number 14, Drew Schutz.
Schutz, who
Oh, we got a pinch hit here. Stop the press. Pinch hitting for
Gunnar Glodich. Hitting for Drew Schutz. Glodich taking the spot in center field.
What a handle this guy has. Gunner? This guy's name is Gunner. Are you kidding me? He's from East China, Michigan. Where's that?
East China, Michigan.
East China, Michigan, native.
That is quite the
on
name.
the program here. Does anyone know where?
Green City. By Green City is what we're being told from
Green City.
our geographical statistician, something or other.
She would be our topographer.
A topographer, that's
Yep.
correct. She's a geology major here at Adrian College. She counts rocks for fun.
Hey, Tommy, it's getting a little loud up here. Think you could escort some of these people out of here?
Oh, good Lord. Now we have-
Starting with my partner, Sean Kane,
Now
over
we
here.
have Ryan McDonald in the booth. And this gives me a good chance to ask, Coach, can I be late to our scrimmage to finish announcing? He says, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going to have to leave at some point.
I don't think anyone will lose sleep over it. Don't worry.
I'll be back next Saturday when we're home again. As there's ball 4 to Gunnar Glodich. He'll take his base. And once again, as you say, are juiced.
And you know what that means. It's time to stand up. Stepping into the batter's box now is number 5 of the Bulldogs.
Matt Andrus.
He popped up earlier, and there's a nice shot there from Andrus. We're going to see 2 score here, it looks like. And they sure do. Andrus with an RB, 2 RBI, single. 2 outs. Whatever you want to call it.
Andrus came in a pinch hit for Brian Guck in the 5th. Popped out his first time, but there he got his RBIs in. And we still got a threat here on the bases as we got first and second now with 2 outs for Frank Resto, the freshman, starting behind the plate today.
Does anyone have any Irish I can put in this coffee?
There's ball 1 to Resto. Resto in his last at bat struck out looking, and a questionable call from Mark Snyder. There's a foul ball. Back right. Hopefully you've got Allstate, or your insurance might not cover that. Your cut rate insurance, as they say.
I guess I can sit back down now.
And there's a bleeding ball it's going to be handled by Dennis at second, and Britons get out of the inning, but not before they give up 2 runs. And now going into the top of the 7th, it's 5-0 Adrian Bulldogs.
And we're now bringing in our baseball analytics mastermind, Kevin Sunday, once again. Kevin, the Bulldogs are leading 5-0. They only need 3 outs to close out what will be their 9th victory of the season.
Hold on, Frank. We play 9 innings in college.
Actually, Sean.
Sean, we play 7 innings
we're
in
playing
college.
7?
See, even I knew that.
Really?
So please don't interrupt me again. Thank you. Anyways, Kevin, what are the odds mathematically that the Bulldogs are going to win this game, percentage-wise?
Well, I gave you an 82%. What was that after the 5th?
That was after the 5th. What have we jumped up to now?
We're low 90s. I'm going to say 92.8. Obviously not a sure thing, but when I take the differential equation of Ryan McDonald showing up and then leaving, adds into the effect of the Thompson family getting here for a little hello to Ryan Thompson, it gets me to 92.8. I'm pretty confident in. I would say it's about 8 standard deviations from the norm that I'm wrong.
Believe it or not, folks, this is the best statistician that we have on campus.
Kevin, are you going to be around for the second game? Fantastic. All right, well, we'll hear from Kevin in the second game. Remember, there is 2 games here on ACTV this afternoon. The Bulldogs will once again square off against the Brits following the conclusion of this game, which hopefully will be in 3 outs here. Mr. Thompson, how long is the break in between games? 25 minutes. Wow.
Oh, there's a hard shot down the line past the diving Ang. And into the corner goes Glodich to pick it up, and he'll get it back in.
Leadoff single for the Fig. Leadoff double for the Fig. Spencer Bonafiglio. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment here to apologize for anything stupid I may be saying about the terminology. This is my first time calling a baseball game in history.
As is mine.
And been doing a lot of hockey lately. A lot of hockey. And
I've been watching a lot of hockey.
So if there's anyone out there that thinks we're kind of boneheads, I mean,
you're probably right.
You got a somewhat of a point, but give us a few more weeks.
Yes. I agree.
You're 1 for 2. One of us are boneheads. That's for the viewers to decide.
We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you want to tweet into Adrian College TV and tell us which one's the real bonehead.
Now, we just had a pinch runner stepping in for Bonafiglio. Logan Priebe, the freshman from Troy, Michigan, on second base, looking to add some speed.
We're going to make a correction there. There's bonehead number 1. Screwed it up again. Andrew Bauer. Pinch running at second base for Bonafiglio, the catcher.
Kevin's bringing the binoculars out to confirm that.
It is 12.
It is 12. Excuse me. Yeah, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, once again.
So we gained a viewer. Welcome, new viewer. If you're just joining us, I'm Sean Kane. That's Frank Krupe. It's good to know we haven't lost any viewers. That means we're entertaining you at some point.
This is Ben Crawford in the batter's box here.
As Jordan Freyer still going to work up on that mound, looking for a complete game victory. Rainey sending down some fresh arms to warm up in the bullpen, just in case this inning doesn't go as planned.
Crawford is 2 for 3 this afternoon, batting .226 on the season.
Freyer just 79 pitches so far today. As there's a ground ball back up the middle, handled by John Joseph for out number 1. The third, excuse me. That's right, there's 3 of those.
JJ3. There's his nickname.
JJ3. And we're joined by President Docking as
Wow,
well.
the booth is just packed with talent.
You know, I can no longer say I'm the most popular person in this booth. I have lost my pen as well.
Well,
here.
second most, Sean. Let's get. Come on.
Took my pen, Kroupy.
Sorry. Bulldogs 2 outs away from their 9th victory of the season.
Check swing there by the new batter in, Jack Wyman, the first baseman. Wyman is 2 for 2 today. Had a bloop single in the 3rd inning and a normal single in the 5th inning. Freyer 2 balls now. There's a ground ball to left side, handled by Ang at third base. He checks the runner back, flings it across the diamond for out number 2.
You know, Frere looks like he's going to go the distance here for the Bulldogs. He's only got 1 strikeout, Sean, in 7 innings, despite posting a goose egg up on the board.
Well, you know, that's a lot of help to that great defense he's got behind him.
His defenders.
Some excellent plays by Ryan Doro, Tommy Ang at the hot corner. As there's strike 1, and the Britons are down to their final batter, and it's going to be...
We got number 4, Chase Carpenter now, who's 0 for 2.
Chase Carpenter had a sacrifice bunt in the 3rd inning to move up the runner and walked, I believe, in his 5th inning at bat. Britton's down to their last strike here now. This Carpenter's going to try and keep this inning alive. And there's going to be a line drive into center field. That's going to do it, and it's going to get the run in.
Oh, and there goes the shutout. It's my fault. Sorry, guys. Apologies.
The booth shows no remorse for the rookie commentator. And it's now 5-1 in the top of the 7th inning. Jordan Freyer still on the mound.
That was Chase Carpenter who drove home the RBI and
Now we have a
cracked the goose egg, his 3rd RBI of the year.
pinch hitter coming to the plate. Ronnie Williams for the Britons will be batting for Justin Ennis. Ooh, inside pitch. Brushes him back a little bit. Welcome to the ball game, Mr. Williams. Two outs here in the top of the 7th. Bulldogs looking for what will be their 9th win on the season and 2nd, in the MIAA. Ronnie Williams also the 3rd. Believe it or not, he's
RW the 3rd.
There's 3 of them. RW3.
Or Ronnie Williams III.
He's also a freshman out of Grosse Pointe, Michigan. He enjoys playing video games. But don't we all, Frank? As there's a strike and a toss down to 2nd. But no one's there.
Well,
so
turning the Jets on there for Albion was Chase Carpenter. Wow, the freshman from Bronson, Michigan, on his horse to steal 2nd base.
3rd steal of the season. He's now 3 for 3.
Well, Albion's on life support, but they're staying alive in this game. Down 4 runs with only 1 out left to go, and
there's a foul tip from Ronnie Boy. Ronnie, catcher and an outfielder. He's a finance and accounting major at Albion. Son of Ron and Denise Williams.
Isn't that nice?
As there's a ground ball back at the middle. That should do it. Ryan Doro scoops it, throws it across. And that's the ball game, ladies and gentlemen.
Bulldogs win by a final score of 5-1 in the first game of this doubleheader at Adrian College. 5-1 the final. Jordan Freyer goes the distance for the Bulldogs. Nearly had the shutout. Wasn't for a final-ditch effort by Albion. A solid effort from him despite only recording 1 strike. Bulldog infielders and outfielders have been on their game thus far.
The final box is Adrian gets 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 2 in the 6th. They have 5 runs on 8 hits, no errors. And then, of course, Albion 1 in the 7th, 1 run on 6 hits with an error. The final stat line for Jordan Freyer is 7 innings pitched, complete game for the junior out of New Boston. He gave up, I'm right, 7. Gave up 6 hits, 1 earned, 1 walk, 1 K. He improves to
And we're now going to be joined by our one last time baseball analytics man, Kevin Sunny. Kevin, the Bulldogs won 5-1. How many runs did they win by? Can you tell us?
Well, 5 minus 1, we got 4.
Perfect, thanks. We'll talk to you next game, Kevin.
Jordan Freyer improves to 2-1 on the season. Knocks that ERA down a little bit, under 3. Gets his 13th strikeout in this game. And the Bulldogs pick up their 9th win. They improve to 9-5.
And we've got Ellen Stanton now, who is down on the field.
Talking into the mic.
Yeah,
she's
with Tommy Ing.
Ellen?
Bulldogs.
Thanks, guys. Here with Tommy Ing. You stole 2nd today to get home. Most steals on the year from last year. Whatever the coach signaled for you to steal.
Well, I was just trying to get into scoring position because I have faith in my teammates that he would be able to hit me in. And, I mean, that's pretty much – I just want to make sure I got there without being out.
And a 5-1 win over Albion. What do you guys want to take from this game into next game?
Well, I feel like we got timely hits. We got people in scoring position. We got our jobs done. And when they were in scoring position, we got them in.
Thanks, and good luck in the second game.
Thank you.
Frank?
Thanks, Ellen. There was Tommy Ing.
A little disappointed that she didn't say Sean when she threw it back up here, but that's okay.
Well, I mean, that's just force of habit, I guess.
I understand. As
scoring summary
I'm now
from
being mocked with a Pop-Tart.
Scoring summary from the first half of today's doubleheader. Frank Resto driven in by Drew Schutz in the bottom of the 2nd, made it 1-0 after Drew Gartley doubled down the right field line in the bottom of the 4th. Ryan Doro drove him home with an RBI. Bottom 5, Josh Norris singled. Brought home by Tommy Eng. Bottom of 6th, Matt Andrus singled to the left side. Jeff Gartley scored. Ryan Doro scored off of Gladich RBI. And then in the top of the 7, Carpenter ruined the shutout for the Bulldogs as Bauer drove him in. Bulldogs win by final score 5-1. And we'd like to remind you that there is a second game coming up in about 20 minutes. We are going to take a short. Don't go anywhere. Right here on ACTV, Bulldogs and Brits will be right back at it for another 7-inning battle.
Welcome back to Nicolay Field for number 2 of this doubleheader tonight. This afternoon, excuse me, between the Bulldogs and the Albion College Britons. I'm Sean Kane with you for the second game alongside Frank Krupe.
Hey, hey, hey.
And it's time for more baseball. Stepping in for Albion, number 19, Shane Lindenman, the left fielder, played in the first game as well.
Pitching for the Bulldogs here, whipping the first one down the pipe, is Tommy Eng, utility man. He was playing third base in the first game this afternoon, and now he's on the mound looking to throw some smoke. Tommy Eng.
The 1-0 count, or 1-1, excuse me. Strike that dribbles foul. Inside pitch there. We'll have starting lineups for you in just a second.
Leading off for Albion is Shane Lindemann. Lindemann in the first game, 1 for 3.
Oh, and there's strike. Lindenman. One down now. In the first. Good start for Tommy Yang. Already with a K.
KK. Second batter up. Number 11.
Kyle Kowal. The third baseman. Stands tall on the left side batter's box, as that one's a little bit outside. I believe when it comes down to doubleheaders, the umpires do not switch, correct?
Don't ask me.
Is Mark Snyder still behind the plate? No, they switch. So, excuse me, I was wrong. They do switch. So now Corey is behind the plate and Mark Snyder's in the field.
Tommy Eng has a 5.40 ERA in 2 appearances for the Bulldogs this season, giving up 2 hits.
Kyle Kowal.
Striking out 0. So that was actually his first strikeout. Sorry to interrupt you there, Kane. That was his first strikeout of the season.
Go right ahead. It's now 2-2 the count on Kyle Kowal. Kowal played in the first game for Albion. In 3 at-bats, he had 0 hits. For the first one, I said, ooh! Grazes.
Wow!
The corner. You know, he really painted the black on that one for strikeout number 2.
Who is this kid?
I don't know, but his girlfriend seems pretty happy. She is.
She is. I am.
Now stepping into the box, the center fielder, Michael Fischbach. First pitch is, strike 1. Just catches the corner there. Good frame job from Frank Resto. Resto getting the call behind the plate again for Coach Rainey's Bulldogs. The freshman, first start, came in the first game of the doubleheader. He's back behind the plate tonight as there's a ground ball to the right side where Parcher makes a sliding stop and Tommy Yang able to cover. And 1-2-3 inning for the Bulldogs. And we're done.
Britons.
For the Britons.
Bulldogs.
Excuse me. Defensively for the Bulldogs. And we're through 1/2.
Now 0 for 3 in today's games. Nice job by Tommy Ang coming in. Is it Ang or Ing? How do we pronounce it? Ang?
So I
Tommy
emphasize
Ang.
the eh.
Tommy
the
Ang.
Ang.
There you go.
Tommy boy.
Three down for Tommy Ang.
I'm going to call him Tommy boy.
All right.
We're in between innings here in the first. If you're just joining us for the second game and you missed the first, it was a good one as Adrian prevailed over Albion 5-1 to pick up their 9th win on the season. Standouts was Jordan Freyer, who went 7-inning complete game, giving up just 1 earned on 6 hits, walked 1, struck out 1. faced 27 batters. Knocked his ERA down to 2.3 after being at 3.12 when.
And now we've got Matt Temrowski, who's taken the bump here for the Brits. The junior pitcher from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, righty. Warming up here in the bottom of the first.
Temrowski, the junior, played his high school ball at Grosse Pointe South. He's a double major in political science and history. His father, Thomas, was selected most outstanding player of D2 in 1985
Isn't
in the
that
College
nice?
World Series. There's a little fun fact for you. His father was drafted by the Houston Astros in 1986.
Wow.
That is a fun fact. We're going to get you the starting lineup
Baseball
for
runs in the family, I guess.
your Adrian College Bulldogs. Now, looks a lot the same as the first game. As it leads off with Josh Knorr, who's playing left field. After him is John Joseph III, playing second base. In the 3 spot is Ryan Doro at shortstop. Number 4 is the Gert. He is playing center field. Colin Parcher's batting 5th at first base. Drew Schutz is in right field. He's the 6th hitter.
Temrowski has only worked 6 innings this season. So both starting pitchers in this game. I'm not seeing a lot of work. We'll see if that plays a factor.
And then to close out the lineup.
Oh, sorry,
It's okay.
I interrupted you.
I just couldn't find
Well,
the
I'm
name.
gonna interrupt you again.
McCoy Druzwicki. Hold on. Playing DH. Guck batting 8th at third base. And then, of course, Frank Resto behind the plate batting 9th. And starting for your Adrian Bulldogs is Tommy Ang. That's ball 1. And
as I was saying before, Temrowski has only worked 6 innings this year, 3 earned runs, 6 hits, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. So both pitchers in this second half of this doubleheader wetting their whistles on the mound pretty early in the season.
there's another ball, maybe a little low. Corey Ray on that call. Now 3-0 against Knorr. As ball 4, he takes his base, and leadoff hitters on for Adrian. Knorr also played in the first game as in 2 at-bats. He had 2 hits, 2 walks, was on base every time.
JJ the third stepping into the box now, John Joseph. He was 0 for 3 in the first game this afternoon. Looking to pick his head back up here.
There's a strike on the inside corner. Now 1-1, the count. He squares the bunt, but that one's in the dirt.
We got some Albion guys over here to my right. They look like they got a radar gun. Dan, do we have any money in the budget for a radar gun? Well, we got to work on that. So we got a squirt gun maybe, yeah. I don't know about a radar gun.
Well,
But
until then, we will make up our pitch speeds for you. There's a hit and run. Ignored on the move. He's going to make it to third standing up. And, man, that was pretty. Just like Coach Rainey drew it up. And we got first and third with no outs for Ryan Doro.
And how about John Joseph here, this senior from Sylvania, Ohio. This kid goes 0 for 3 in the first game, but he picks his head right back up to start this second game. And what a huge at-bat early in this game to move Nor to third. And like you said now, Sean, runners on the corners, no outs. Big chance here for the Bulldogs, and Joseph is now stealing, and he's going to make it to second. No problem whatsoever there. Good start for Adrian in this game.
That's Joseph's first stolen base of the season.
Well, guys, the
excuse
reason
me,
John
it's not gonna be a
Joseph
stolen base. Oh, we got
the
it.
reason John Joseph made it to second so soon was because if the catcher Bonifiglio would have thrown it down, then the runner on third would have come home. So there was no play made at second because of the score danger at third base.
As there's a strike to Doro. And
Expert analysis
a
from
new,
Dan the Man.
A new rule change. I mean, maybe not so much new anymore, but a couple years ago it was implemented that pitchers cannot do the third to first pickoff move for righties. So what pitchers would do is they'd pick off to first and then turn around and throw it over to first, and they said that was too deceiving. They got rid of it. Gives base runners on first base a better chance to swipe a bag. So we've got second and third here with no outs for Doro, as that one looks high, and it's now 2-2.
Doro in the first game, 2 for 3. So 2 hits already on the afternoon. And a big opportunity here as he cranks one. Gonna be foul.
Slicing foul.
You know, I knew there was a reason I parked my car way down the road when I showed up to the field today. So I couldn't figure out why. Now it's hitting me. And hopefully that ball didn't hit a car.
Doro digs his way back into the box now. Oh, there's a foul ball right at Dan the Tech guy, who dove out of the way faster than... It's like he saw a shark in the water, actually.
It looked like me in practice jumping out of the way of a shot.
Doro staying alive here, still 2-2. And he sees ball 3 bounce in the dirt. Well done from the Fig, Bonifiglio, behind the plate for Albion. Keep that one in front of him. As Gabe would say, I think Bonifiglio is a real class act.
He's a class act, Frank. I just love watching this guy play baseball. It's a wonderful day, and I love ACTV. Thanks, Gabe. I mean, Sean. Comes the pitch.
Oh, he rung him up, and Doro's not happy about that one. A few choice words Ryan gives home plate umpire Corey Ray.
And I tell you what, that's a big strikeout for Tremrowski, who did not start this game off great, build a little bit of confidence. But now he's going to have to deal with the big man, the big Gert, stepping into the box with runners on second and third.
There's a ground ball that chops foul on the first pitch. Jeff Gurley batting .392 on the year. He started at .400, dipped a little below. He's got 4 home runs.
He had an RBI last game. Was 1 for 3.
He was.
The Bulldogs 5-1 victory earlier this afternoon.
12 RBIs now in the season as the 1-1 pitch comes in from Tremensky. The 2-1 pitch from Tremensky is approaching as he kicks the leg up and brings it as fouled off by Gurley.
We'd like to remind everyone quickly that you can tweet at us at Adrian College TV. We will put your tweet up on the screen. The power of technology allows us to put your tweet on the TV, and you want to see that happen, tweet at us. If you got a nickname for an Albion or Bulldog player, or you'd like to send us some hate tweets, which we have had in the past.
Well, you can't be in this business if you can't handle criticism, Frank.
Well, but again, tweet at us at Adrian College TV. We'd love to hear some feedback.
Tremansky sends another one in, but Gertley, again, fighting for his life here, fouls it off.
And I'm going to correct you here before we move any further. It's
Timrowski?
Timrowski. Yeah. That's okay. It happens. Do you need me to phonetically spell that for you? Timrowski.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong guy, so now we're good. Because there is a... Where'd he go? He's over here.
Is there another guy?
Yes.
Tell you, the big Gert is really battling here.
I can't see it.
Oh, that's okay.
Well,
Watch this after. Are you kidding me?
Timrowski with the pitch. It's high. And the bases are juiced. You know what that means, Sean?
It's time to stand
It's time to stand up. The big Gert fights off a couple foul balls, and he has loaded the bases now for number 29 of the Bulldogs, Colin Parcher, the first baseman with a huge opportunity in the first inning of this game.
Parcher 0 for 3 in the first game. Had a walk and a couple opportunities to knock some runs in. As first pitch is swung on and drilled into right field. Tracking it is the right fielder from Albion. He's going to make the catch, but tagging is Knorr.
Right move there.
And Joseph.
Yeah, good move there from John Joseph not to take off. Ball mishandled a little bit at second base. He thought about heading for home, but decided to pump the brakes. Smart play.
Sacrifice fly from Colin Parcher is going to get our first run across the plate, and it's now 1-0 Adrian early in the first.
And the bases have been unjuiced, which means we can sit
back
down.
There we go.
Thank you. Yeah. We got our first tweet of the evening from Ryan the Broken Mirror Thompson. Ryan, don't walk under the ladder, Thompson, has just tweeted in, and he's not happy with the commentating. But
Drew Schutz back up to
what are you gonna do?
The plate now for the Bulldogs. Schutz went 1 for 2 in the game before being subbed out for Ian Mikowski. There's a strike on the inside corner, but Jeff Gurley using those things he has on his, that didn't come out right, using his wheels to get down to second base. Next pitch is popped up. It's right field. He's going to make the catch, and that's going to do it for the Bulldogs. They squeeze across one on one hit.
I tell you what, Tim Roski has got to be thankful that he gets out of that inning only giving up 1 run. He walked 2, gave up a sac fly and a single, but the damage is only 1 run for the Brits, who find themselves down 1-0 after an inning of play.
Tommy Yang for the Bulldogs back out on the mound and is to begin his second inning of work. Tommy Yang's a native of Troy, Michigan, attended Athens High School. He stands tall at 5'11", the junior. 2 appearances for the Bulldogs so far this year. 1 2/3 innings pitched with a 5.40 ERA. He's a sports management major with a minor in communications. The son of Doug and Marlene Ang. He was named first team senior.
And we'd like to give a quick shout out to the Stanton family, Dave and Kelsey Stanton, family members of our very own Ellen Stanton, who are watching all the way from Washington, Pennsylvania.
Go Pirates.
Hey, hey, hey. Speaking of Pirates, as I mentioned before, the Bulldogs jerseys are pirate-esque from the 80s.
There's
maybe
a single, but Josh Gertley, quick first step over to get it. Excuse me, didn't mean to cut you off there, Frank.
No, that's fine.
And 1 pitch went out here in the second inning for Tommy Yang.
The big Gert says, not in my house. He cleans that up.
Now up to bat is the catcher, Bonafiglio. There's a strike. That two seam has a little bit of action. You can see it real well from back here. The right-handed pitcher tailing in towards the batter. Reminds me a lot of a Max Scherzer fastball, as that one just misses. The Fig played in the first game. He went 1 for 3. Check swing is knocked back to Eng. He's going to take it himself to first base for the second out.
What a nice pitch that was to get that little balloon shot up into the air. And 2 up, 2 down here in the second inning.
Tommy Yang making quick work of this Albion squad so far as the designated hitter. Stephen Markowski steps into the batter's box. Markowski knocks one over to. That's going to do it for the top of the second.
6 batters up, 6 batters down, no problem for Tommy Yang, who is cruising the world N64 style right now. Bulldogs lead 1-0 going into the bottom of the second.
Two up for the Bulldogs is McCoy Drzwicki. Following him is going to be Brian Guck. And then after him, the catcher, Frank Resto, Frank the Tank, as we call him up here.
We'll see how Temrowski fares in this inning. Bit of a shaky start for him. Maybe a little bit of nerve setting in. He's a young pitcher. Excuse me, he's not. Junior. But see if he settles in a little bit here in the second. As McCoy Drzwicki from Toledo, Ohio. He didn't play in the first game. The sophomore checks in the second half of this doubleheader.
Tell Gabe we're lucky he didn't eat the commentary. Who's Panther Beast 90?
Oh, look at this. It is going back. Back.
To the wall.
Back.
And
gone.
A home run. McCoy Drzwicki in his first at-bat of the day takes Temrowski, that's his name, Temrowski deep.
Well, not only did Drzwicki just give the Bulldogs a 2-0 lead, but he just earned himself a new nickname, The Wiz. Goes over the wall in left field. No problem. 2-0 Adrian.
That's our first home run of the day here. First home run of the season at Nicolay Field. Hopefully many more to come for this Adrian team. As Brian Guck steps into the batter's box. Guck took over. Or excuse me, Guck was replaced by Matt Andrus in the 5th inning of the first game.
By the way, that was Drzwicki's first home run of the season. And like you mentioned, Kane, first one here at Nicolay Field. And that was a moonshot there.
First career home run is what we're being told from Drzwicki.
President Docking, who's was converted into our stats man as well, has just informed us that that's his first career home run. Yes, excellent. So we got help coming at all angles.
As
he does a little bit of everything here at Adrian.
Guck strikes out swinging for the first out of the second inning. I'm Sean Kane alongside Frank Krupe.
Hey.
We'll be here with you right to the very end on ACTV as that first pitch to Resto is inside. There's a pop-up right over home plate. Bonifiglio underneath it. He'll make the catch. 2 outs now.
So back to the top of the order we go. Josh Knorr was walked to start this game.
Went around to score on the Parcher sacrifice fly. There's ball 1 on a outside pitch. Ball 2 on one that goes a little low. Once again, Corey Ray behind the plate. Mark Snyder in the field for this game. They were flip-flopped in the first. Ooh, it's an inside pitch. It's called a strike.
Little chin music.
I don't know.
From Tim Roski.
Don't know what Corey Ray thought about that one. As there's a shot down the third baseline, unable to be handled by the third baseman. Knorr on his wheels. He's going to get into second, standing up. And that's going to be a double.
And even a better celebration. Did we get a close-up of the Sully? Probably not, but the floppy-eared puffs is what it looked like. And that was Kyle Cowell on third, who was not able to get his body in front of that hot shot down the line. Bulldogs got a man on 2 with 2 out now.
As there's a ball in the dirt, as John Joseph III steps into the batter's box.
He singled in the first inning for Adrian.
Joseph back playing second base in the second game of the doubleheaders. Knorr's on the move. Throw down the third. He's in there. Safe. Just beating the tag.
And there's another stolen base from Knorr. He stole one in the first game.
Yep, he's got 3 now in the season.
2 for 2 this afternoon. Steel and rubber. Are the bases made out of rubber? What are they made out of? Does anyone know that?
Cowhide.
Cowhide.
Just like the ball, I think.
Thanks, Ryan. A little bit of everything. Do I believe it? I'll believe anything you tell me. All right.
Count now 3-0 on Joseph. And that's going to be, strike 1. I'll tell you what, these umpires really like that outside corner.
Yeah, they sure do, Sean.
As a check swing, strike 2 on Joseph. Not happy with himself there. He steps back in as he's ready to go. And the full count pitch in the dirt. And that's going to be ball 4.
Timorowski with another walk. That's already his 3rd walk of the game. Now we got runners on the corners for Ryan Doro, who struck out in the first inning. See if he fares better. Stealing second is Joseph.
And he's safe.
He gets back stolen bases here for the Bulldogs. It's John Joseph's first stolen base of the year. Or did he have one in the first game?
Nope.
No.
I lied.
First stolen base of the year for Joseph.
As there's a strike from Tremonski. I'm sorry, Timorowski. It's going to take me a while to get down again.
We got to get campus security on the field because the Bulldogs are pulling off heists right now.
There's a shot to the shortstop. He's going to handle it though and fling it over to first base to get the final out of the inning.
Timorowski again able to get out of the jam. That's 2 straight innings now that the Bulldogs have stranded 2 runners on base. As Timorowski gets out of the inning again. Yep. Gave up a home run, but
Bulldogs
could be worse.
Able to push across 1 in that inning, but leave 2 stranded. Missed opportunity there for the Dogs as Tommy Yang now makes his way back out to the pitcher's mound to start this 3rd inning of play.
Tommy Yang has gone 6 up, 6 down. We'll see if he can keep rolling. We'd like to remind all of our viewers to follow us on Facebook. We're going to be covering of men's baseball and women's softball throughout the remainder of the school year. We're doing every home game, and we will post links on Facebook to every home game that we do for men's and women's baseball and softball. So make sure you like us on Facebook. Adrian College TV, you can search that up in the search bar, and you'll find us. Like us. Ben Crawford, the right fielder, leading off the top of the third. Crawford was 1 for 3 earlier this afternoon. First half of the doubleheader. And he pops one high up. That'll be out of play. Foul. That pitch was way outside there. Count is at 2-1. And a hard rip there. Landing right in the lap of the big Gert.
The only starting lineup switch for Albion is Fujarski, who's taken the place of Chase Carpenter at shortstop. Other than that, pretty much identical. As Tommy Yang brings in first pitch to.
And this is Jordan Fujarski we're getting a look at now, the freshman from Waterford, Michigan. He did not play in the first game. Checked into this game playing infield for head coach Scott Carden, and he gets his first chance swinging the sticks here in the bottom of the third with 2 out. Top of the third, excuse me.
With 1 out.
With 1 out. Excuse me again.
There we go. Tommy Yang brings the next one, and that one's going to be chopped into center field for his first hit of the day, and Albion's first hit of the day as the perfect game goes down the drain in the third inning.
And a new member to this afternoon's play, Justin Dennis, freshman from Birmingham, Michigan, also did not play in this afternoon's previous game. We'll get a look at the freshman now. Excuse me, he did play. Sorry, our stats are all mixed up. My bad. Jeez.
Frank's struggling here.
I am. It's been a long day.
He's still looking for the ice.
Well, all my ice is melted here in my Tim Hortons cup. If Rob Trevino is listening, I could really use a Monster or something right now. It worked the first time. A Big Mac, too. Big Mac and fries would be great, Rob, if you're still listening to our broadcast.
1-1.
Right.
The count now is Tommy Yang comes set with a runner on first base, and he's off. Fujarski is hit and run. But Dennis fouls it off, and Jordan Fujarski is going to have to retreat back to first base.
Dennis in this previous game this afternoon. Looking to spark his team here with a man on first.
Who is on first? I know what's on second. As there's a curveball that drifts outside the strike zone. Well done from Frank Resto, the freshman, to keep his body in front of that one, preventing Fujarski from advancing. There's a pickoff attempt that goes unsuccessful.
Count is at 2-2 here.
There's a ball. It was a little low for Corey Ray's Lanking. Now full count to Justin Dennis. From the top of the third here, 1 out. On this beautiful Sunday afternoon of Adrian College baseball. That's a pickoff attempt. Keeps Jordan Fujarski honest over at first base.
Full count.
There's a ground ball back up the middle. Handled by Doro across.
He got him.
And they're going to get the double play.
Double play for the Bulldogs. Outstanding defense. After that ball squeaked through the legs of Tommy Yang. Corralled at second base by Doro, who gets the out in time. No damage done. 2-0 Adrian as we head into the bottom of the third. Sean, earlier we were talking about the hardest pitch to hit. One of my favorite video games to play is the Bigs. You ever play the Bigs?
The Bigs, as in like...
The Bigs.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
on Xbox. And
I always used to play the show.
Yeah, the Bigs is a little more like arcadey.
Right.
And it's more. I think it's more fun. Regardless, the curveball you can hit every time in that game.
Yes.
Like literally every time. Like I play with the hockey guys over at the house, and if you press X and throw a curveball, like it's a guaranteed home run. Like there's no point even pitching it. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, Frank, let me ask you something.
Yeah, sure.
You're from a Toronto. You're a Torontarian, if I'm not mistaken.
I am. I'm well. Hometown is Unionville, Ontario, which is about 25 minutes north of Toronto. It's my old man. What do you say? Why? What do you have, Sean?
Well, I was just wondering, are you a Blue Jay fan?
Am I a Blue Jay fan? Well, I was a Blue Jay fan when I was 2 and 3 years old, and I have not been a fan since I was 2 and 3 years old.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You know what happened when I was 2 and 3 years old?
They won the World Series?
The Bulldogs won the World Series. The Blue Jays won the World Series.
But then you grew out of the bib, right?
And then I grew out of the bib, and I grew up a bit.
And the Maple Leafs haven't won one since, right? Oh, I'm sorry. No, well, I guess both of your teams haven't won one since.
Hey, the Toronto Argonauts won the CFL championship 3 years ago, and the Toronto Rock got a pretty good team this year. TFC just got Sebastian Giovenko. Like, things are looking up for Toronto sports, except all the major ones.
The ones that matter.
The ones that matter.
And we got Josh Gertley leading us off here in the
Raptors are doing all right. They've really been poor of lately, though.
bottom of the third inning. It's 1-2 is the count. Gertley was hit by a pitch, in his first time up, as he fouls that one back behind. Did I go to high school? Yeah, I did. I was a fellow Northville alumni with the batter Jeff Gertley as he grounds that one to the right side of the infield. It's going to be a race to first base, and he's out. They're going to call him out. That one was close as first base coach of the Bulldogs upset with that call.
Well, the broadcast booth coach Dan Steinkoff thought that was safe. And we're restraining him right now in the booth. He's ready to run down onto the field. Security!
What was athletic director? What's your take on that call?
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Tie goes to the runner.
Tie goes to the runner.
Huh.
My dad always used to say there's no ties in baseball. As the first pitch to Colin Parcher's a ball.
Parcher hit a sac fly in the second inning to give the Bulldogs the 2-0 lead. Nothing. My dad's tweeting in. My dad's just exploring social media for the first time in the last 6 months, and he's really loving it. That's right. Yeah, he was named after Cosmo Kramer. No.
There's a line drive to right field. Going back is the right fielder. Crawford, it's over his head. It's going to get to the wall as Parcher's in with a stand-up double. And there's that celebration. There's some chirps coming from the booth as Parcher has his... Parcher has his first hit of the day. The
And
double
he's
down
been-
the right field line.
He's been hitting really well, has Parcher. Sack fly in his first at bat. Double here with one out in the third. And now we'll get a look at Drew Schutz, as you mentioned, who popped up in his previous at bat.
There's a ball outside to Schutz. Schutz 0 for 1 on the day, or I'm sorry, on the game. There's a ball low, handled by the Fig, Bonifiglio.
That's okay.
The thing is, he's tweeted at Adrian before.
That's okay. That is quota.
Timrowski comes set, 2-0 pitch, inside.
Tomorowski with 2 strikeouts and 3 walks.
Spencer Bonifiglio behind the plate. We call him the Fig here. He's a junior out of Okemos, Michigan. As that one also is... Ooh, nope, called a strike. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Don't do that.
He was an all-capital area conference status when he was a catcher for Okemos. Okemos, excuse me. Played middle linebacker on the football team. He enjoys hunting and fishing. His nickname is Bono. Well, that's wrong because it's the Fig. We're going to have to get that updated on the Albion website. As there's a line shot back up the middle by Schutz. Around his Parcher, rumbling, tumbling down the third baseline. He's going to get in there, though.
And I love the TV slide from Parcher as well. Flying in for the cameras.
And it's now 3-0. Bulldogs in the third inning. Schutz on that RBI single. Looked like he had weights in his shoes there as he rounded third base. But now we got McCoy Dreswicki, the whiz, as Timrowski throws back to Schutz.
And the Wiz is fresh off of his first career home run with a little bit of confidence. See if they can pad the Adrian lead here.
That first one in the dirt. 1-0, the count. And there goes. Oh, and there's another shot down the left field line. It's going to get to the corner. Schutz, who was stealing on the play, he's rounding third. He's going to score without a throw. And another double for the Bulldogs in this inning as McCoy Dreswicki knocks in another run. That's his second RBI of the game.
Wonderful piece of hitting on display here by the Wiz. He loves that left field. Home run was in the same spot, just a little bit higher.
2 for 2 now in the day as Brian Guck steps in.
The score is 4-0 Bulldogs, and you got to start to wonder how much longer Timrowski will remain in the game for Albion. who's getting roughed up a little bit now.
The 1-0 pitch from Chemrowski. For those of you that weren't here for the first game, the Adrian College Bulldogs beat the same Britons 5-1 in 7 innings. Thanks to an outstanding performance from Jordan Freyer, who pitched a complete game. Seven innings, 1 strikeout, 1 earned run. There's a strike. Makes it 2-2 now, the count.
Guck struck out in his only other at bat in this game. One of 2 strikeouts that Chemrowski has.
Something you don't see a whole lot anymore is that one is down the line but called foul by home plate umpire Corey Ray. Something you don't see a whole lot anymore in this area of baseball is that batters not using batting gloves. Something Guck
Really?
does not use. Yeah, you know, a lot of them nowadays at least have one on a hand. I know a couple great baseball players like Jorge Posada would never used baseball gloves. Hip hip Jorge. As there's strike 3 on Guck as he swings and misses at that high fastball. Oh, was it tipped into the glove? Excuse me, correction. Tipped into the glove. Still a strikeout.
So it's 2 strikeouts for Guck.
That's the second out of the inning here. Believe it or not, we're still going. As Frank Resto, the 9-hitter, steps into the box. Good to have such a quality hitter as your 9-hitter. Ooh, as that curveball swung on and missed by Frank the Tank 2.0.
If you were with us in the first game, you'll remember Resto had his first career hit. Freshman from Miami, Florida.
There's a ground ball to the left side, handled cleanly by the third baseman, Kowal. And he throws out Resto at first. So that'll do it for the bottom of the third inning. Bulldogs able to get 2 across on a McCoy Druzwicki double and a Schutz single. At the end of 3, it's the Bulldogs 4, the Britons 0. And once again, we see number 11, Tommy Yang, on his way out to the mound.
Tommy Yang's got 2 strikeouts through 3 innings. Only 1 hit allowed. And that was to Jordan Fajarski.
Coming up for the Britons is their leadoff hitter, Shane Lindenman. Behind him, we got the third baseman, Kyle Kowal, and after him, the center fielder, Michael Fischbach. Time to start the third inning here. Is pitch number 1 from Ang is outside. Up to bat, Shane Lindenman, number 19 of these Britons. Plays left field. Had a lot of work out there today. Has had a home run and a couple doubles down in his areas. That one goes way foul. The count now 1-1.
Lindemann, a sophomore from Valencia, California. So he's come quite a ways to be a part of the Brits baseball program. He was struck out in his first at-bat by Ang.
The count now 1-2 as that last pitch just caught the corner. Tommy Yang really painting the black here so far today. Holding the Britons close as that one just finds its way outside. A little bit of a some sliding action on that one. Count now 2-2. There's a ground ball to the left side. It's going to be backhanded by Doro. The heave across the diamond. They're going to say that he got him by a step.
What a gun by Doro. Right on the mark.
You know, got him on his back foot.
Tell you,
Fired it over there.
Doro's been on point at shortstop for the Bulldogs.
Pretty good. Yeah.
He's had a couple
11, Kyle Kowal.
very pretty looking plays in the infield.
Oh, that's the first one down for the Britons as Ang goes to work against Kyle Kowal, the third baseman here. Kowal was 0 for 3 in the first game. He struck out in the first inning of this one. There's a line drive to left field, but Knorr is going to handle it without any issues. And that's 2 down now for the Bulldogs. And up next, we got the center fielder, Michael Fischbach. Fischbach grounded out to the first baseman in his first at-bat.
Fischbach, another one of these Brits that does not have a hit in this afternoon's games.
Yeah, he had a 1 walk in the first game of the doubleheader.
Yeah, we'll see if
so far today he's 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch on the way now. Curveball in for strike 2.
And Fischbach, like Lindemann, also a native of Valencia, California. So Albion digging out in the state of California for some of their talent.
That 0-2 pitch is off the plate as Corey Ray refuses to go up with the right hand. And there's a curveball that's going to be hit on. Pulled to center field, but Jeff Gertley retreating is under it. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it here in the 4th inning. Once again, the Britons go down 1-2-3. Tommy Yang threw 4 here is just given up 1 hit. Hasn't walked anyone, just the 1 base runner. The single by the freshman Fuarski into left. And we're going to have a relief pitcher into the game now. Number 36, Patrick O'Brien. Patrick O'Brien, a freshman out of Howell, Michigan. The final line for Matt Temrowski on the day is going to go like this. Hold on 1 second here, folks.
Left fielder
Temrowski, 3 innings pitched, 4 runs on 6 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. He'll give way to Patrick O'Brien, the freshman out of Howell, Michigan. That one is popped up by Knorr, the leadoff hitter. The Fig underneath it for the first out. A little more information on Patrick O'Brien. He's just a freshman here. Played baseball and basketball at the varsity level at Howell High School. He enjoys boating, camping, fishing, and pickup games on many sports. He's the son of Greg and Denise O'Brien. This is Patrick O'Brien making his first appearance here today as a pitcher. I can't help but notice Patrick's flow. So luscious. The 2-0 pitch is a strike, knocked back up the middle, but it's going to be handled by the second baseman, Dennis. Dennis' throw pulls him off the bag, but a nifty little twisting and turning play by Wyman at first. Tags. Joseph. This, you mean the pitcher? The pitcher is from Howell. Wyman is from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan on that last play. We have some connections to him in the booth, as there's an inside pitch that Ryan Doro brushes off. Doro takes a pitch for strike 1, now 3-1 the count. Doro 0 for 2 so far today. He struck out in the first and grounded out to the shortstop in the second as he hits one to the right side that gets through. He's on base now, keeping the inning alive with 2 outs. That's going to be the Bulldogs' 7th hit of the night. 7th hit of the afternoon, as Northfield native Jeff Gertley steps into the box. Jeff Gertley, one of 5 Gertley children. His older sister, Megan Gertley, is a basketball player at Hillsdale College, I believe, as he swings on and knocks this one up in the air to left center. Lindenman is under it, and he'll make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Bulldogs get one on base but can't do anything with them.
I tell you, I'm sitting up here in the booth, and I just had to go help myself to a ballpark Frank.
You know, there's no such thing as a baseball game without a hot dog.
Exactly. You know what? I've been sitting here all game, and I haven't had one, so I figured I'd jog down to my car, get $2, jog to the concession stand, jog back up. What did I miss?
Well, you missed a lot of people were actually making fun of you. They're saying
that doesn't surprise me one bit.
It was a lot more peaceful up here.
Not surprised at that. All right, well, fill me in. What happened?
Well,
wait a second. You know what I can do? I can go to ACTV, the YouTube page. I could rewind it, and I can watch the inning that I just missed. I'm going to do that.
For those of you like Frank that are just joining us, we have a new pitcher in the game now for, not for the Bulldogs, but for Albion, as I lost his name, Patrick O'Brien. There it is. I found it. He is into the game now, the freshman out of Howell, Michigan. Frank, you're going to like this guy. He has some unreal flow.
Perfect.
Are they? Good. I hope they take a long nap.
All right, we're ready for the 5th inning here at Nicolay Field as the first pitch from Tommy Yang is fouled off by Wyman,
That's Jack Wyman, the freshman from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan.
the first baseman. Goes to church with our tech guy, Dan Steinkoff.
How about that?
It's a small world out there.
He popped up in his only other at-bat this game.
Tommy Yang with a nice pitch there to get a strike. Now 1-2 the count.
And there's an Albion. Dan, we got to get a camera on this Albion guy here. There's an Albion player in the dugout who's flailing a pool noodle.
And there's a ground base handled by Guck.
See if you can get a shot of that, Dan. That's pretty funny. Member of the Albion dugout is flailing
That was
a pool
disgusting.
noodle.
Catcher Spencer Bonafiglio.
Brian the Duck. Guck. That was a bad one. Now up after that ground out by Wyman is the Fig. Spencer Bonafiglio as he singles one into center. And the Albion Britons have a runner now.
And for Bonafiglio, his second hit in this afternoon's games. So he's having himself a decent day in the batter's box. And now we'll get a look at Stephen Morowski, the freshman from Farmington Hills, Michigan, who grounded out in his only other at-bat this game.
There's a first pitch strike. A lot of people up here in the booth are baffled by the Albion tactic to distract the right-handed pitcher. As that slider drifts over into the other's batter's box. Handled well, though, by the freshman Frank Resto. Spencer Bonafiglio, really not a threat to steal. He has 0 steals on the season. Hasn't even tried to swipe second base. Maybe it's because he doesn't have that much speed underneath him, as Mikowski, the designated hitter, chops that one into right field. The Sun making it difficult on shoots, but he's able to handle it to get the second out of the inning. And we're approaching 4:30 here at Nicolay Field. Of course, we're in Eastern Standard Time.
And our analytics man, Kevin Sunday, has just informed us that we are in daylight savings time, Sean, not Eastern Standard Time. So I have 3 words for you. Figure it out.
Wait, really?
See.
Right, but we're still considered.
We're going to hear more about this during the inning switchover from Kevin Sunday, who's going to explain daylight savings to all of us.
The count 1-0 now. It's really not.
Top of the 5th, 4-0 Bulldogs.
Don Kelly is the greatest Detroit Tiger of all time. Don Kelly's the only player that can do it all to ever play for the Tigers. Don Kelly should be a Hall of Famer, but he won't be because of steroids. The 2-0 pitch is low from Tommy. And it's 3-0. You're listening to ACTV. I'm Sean Kane, alongside the one and only, and the second, or the less better looking of the two, Frank Krupe.
Yeah, I didn't go to makeup today, so
I didn't. Yeah.
I didn't wake up early enough to get over to my trailer and do my hair and makeup. So this is what you get today with me, Sean.
I'll tell you what.
All right.
It takes a lot to make this look good.
And our athletic director, Michael Duffy, his neck is starting to get sore from shaking his head at us all afternoon. Michael Duffy, excuse me.
Apparently, we're not as funny as I think we are.
We're on the verge of getting pulled here.
It's a full count now.
Don't do that yet, sir. There's still 3 innings left.
It's facing Crawford. Ben Crawford, the right fielder's inside pitch is going to be ball 4. And that's going to put 2 on now for the Britons. Tommy Ain working himself into a little bit of a jam. 2 outs in the top of the 5th. It's 4-0 Adrian.
So now Fajarski has a nice opportunity here for the Brits. He singled to center field in his earlier at bat during this game, and now with 2 ducks on the pond, he's got a chance to maybe cut this lead down a little bit.
That is a baseball term. The YMCA League, actually. And there's a strike from Tommy Yang to start off the at-bat. Tommy Yang really working the corners here this afternoon. Ooh, there's a low one just underneath the strike zone, set by none other than Corey Ray. Corey Ray alongside his counterpart Mark Snyder, who stands behind Tommy Yang right now in the field. There's a ground ball back up the middle over the head of Tommy. Doro charging, throws it across, gets him at first. And oh boy.
Ryan Doro once again.
Wow.
What can you say about this kid, the sophomore from South Haven, Michigan, time and time again making plays for this Bulldog baseball club? He might be the defensive MVP this afternoon thus far.
Yeah, Doro, the MIA Player of the Year last year with a .398 batting average. The freshman, now a sophomore.
So again, now we've got Patrick O'Brien who's pitching for.
So do you see the flow, Frank?
Yes.
It's quite nice.
It's pretty good.
It rivals your beard, I must say.
Well, not this one. Maybe the beard I had 2 weeks ago.
It rivals the Austin Hervey beard.
Well. So Patrick O'Brien is in the game. I would have known that if I didn't go down to get a hot dog, but I was hungry.
Yeah, aren't we supposed to have people that do that for us? Too bad she's using the binoculars right now.
Matt Temrowski started this game on the bump for the Brits. He pitched 3 innings, giving up 6 hits, 4 runs, with only 3 strikes.
3 strikes.
Exclusives, actually, of hockey guys.
It's the 60 Minutes version of Toledo news.
No one knows what you're talking about. Think about that.
We're talking about how Toledo wants to have exclusive rights to interviewing the NCAA ice hockey team on their trip to the Frozen Four in Minneapolis this weekend. Hopefully Frank and I will be there.
No, they can't have exclusive rights because WVAC's got to do stuff. And ACTV already did, so.
There's the first pitch of the inning from O'Brien. Is a ball. O'Brien probably enjoyed Tuesday as St. Patrick's Day, and he's Irish.
Well, I think everyone enjoyed that day.
As there's a ground ball foul from Colin Parcher. Colin Parcher, the 6'2", 245 first baseman out of Napoleon, Ohio. He resembles Miguel Cabrera.
Parcher went 0 for 3 in the first game. But in the second game here, got a sac fly to score the second run and doubled in his last at-bat.
There's a ground ball, or not a ground ball, but a ball in the dirt that bounces off the shin guard of the Fig. Count now 2-2 as O'Brien from the windup. Big looping curve ball that goes for a ball. O'Brien upset about that one. Full count now. There's a fastball down the middle that Parcher takes advantage of. It's bleeding to the right, but the center fielder for Albion, Fishback, is able to track it down. And we've got one out here in the 5th inning. The range of the center fielder, Michael Fishbach, put on display for that one. As that fastball called a strike on Drew Schutz, the right fielder. Or I'm sorry, he's playing. Oh, no, he's in right field. Right fielder tonight. As that one is thrown in the dirt by Patrick O'Brien. O'Brien now through 1 inning of work here. As that fastball's inside, according to Corey Ray, the home plate umpire. There's a line drive back up the middle. It's going to get through, and Schutz is on base.
Nice rip there from Drew Schutz, the senior from Three Rivers, Michigan. Gets his 3rd hit of the day. He's had it going in the batter's box.
In this game, he had a single back in the 3rd inning, and that brings up Mr. RBI, McCoy Dreswicki. The Wiz, as he has been given. He hits another one down the line, and that's going to be extra bases. Here comes Drew Schutz around second. He's being waved in. He's going to round third. And he's in without a throw.
And another TV slide. We love it. How about the Wiz? This kid steps into the second half of today's doubleheader. Home run in his first at-bat. RBI double in his second at-bat. And what does he do in his third at-bat? RBI double.
There we go. That's his second double. 3rd extra base hit of the game. Obviously had a home run in the 2nd inning. Now that brings up Brian Guck. Guck 2 in this game. Both swinging. Guck sporting some very bright yellow shoes. There's a ball low. Dreswicki dancing around off of second base.
And Brian Guck has struggled today in the batter's box. He struck out 3 times. 0 for 5 in this afternoon's games.
The pitch from Patrick O'Brien sends Corey Ray right hand up as there's a strike. Curveball sends Guck backing out of the way. The count now 3-1 on Brian Guck.
Guck is one of 12 freshmen on this Bulldog baseball club.
Oh, there's a high strike called as Brian was ready to toss his bat to the batter's box and head on down to first base. He's going to have to come back and regather himself now with a full count. .32 degrees down on the field. Little wind coming in from right field, 6 to 10 miles per hour, as there's a pop-up that finds its way out of play. Guck stays alive here to count now, or stays 3-2.
What's O'Brien going to throw here, Kane? What do you think?
Well, it seems like in these situations he stays with the fastball because it is his most accurate pitch. He hasn't really gotten much success with the curveball, so. Well, look at that. I was right. And that one, again, out of play.
Oh, and you heard that hit the ceiling.
We're taking fired from from our athletic director here. See, that's the great thing about Adrian College is that everyone's right here.
We've been having to deal with the peanut gallery since 1 o'clock. Let me tell you, this is not easy being an ACTV commentator.
There's the off-speed pitch, but he's going to miss it. You were looking for Frank. And again, I was right. He's been inaccurate with it. That's 2 for 2 now in that, I bet. And we've got 2 on, first and second, with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning as the freshman Frank Resto steps to the plate. Resto playing catcher. So far 0 for 2 today, as that one is in the dirt.
One for 5 on the afternoon is Resto. Got a hit in his first at bat. Hasn't able to reach base since, but he'll get to first base easily there. Could be another RBI for Resto. And it sure is. Coming home, no problem, is the Wiz. Flying into home plate. Make that 6-0 Adrian. So an RBI double for Frank Resto.
Now up to bat is leadoff hitter Josh Knorr. As we've gone through the order 3 full times now. This is his 4th at bat. Knorr singled in the first, doubled in the second, popped out in the 4th. He's 2 for 3 in this second game. As the first pitch from Patty O'Brien is a ball.
As you mentioned, Sean, we've now gone through the Bulldog order 3 times. The Brits are still yet to go through the order twice. When they finally get back up to the plate, it'll be Justin Dennis who's the last man in their lineup. So a lot more at-bats for the Bulldogs in both of these games, and that would explain why we saw a 5-1 victory earlier today, and Bulldogs lead by a score of 6 rip at the moment.
That's right, Bulldogs leading 10 hits on 6 runs to Albion's 0 runs on 2 hits. Haven't seen an error yet so far. Some say our scorekeepers are a little too kind on the defensive end, but that's for you to decide, fans. As we've got some activity in the Adrian bullpen now. Also some activity in the Britain bullpen as that ground ball is shifted foul.
Knorr is 1 for 3 in this game. A walk, a double, and a pop-up.
1 for 2 then. Walks are
Excuse me. Yeah.
at bats.
There you go.
He's learning, ladies and gentlemen.
Excusez-moi.
As that curveball finds its way past Josh Knorr. That's going to be second strike at the at-bat. Now 1-2. Again, Patrick O'Brien on the mound, the freshman out of Howell, Michigan. That curveball in the dirt. Looking to see if he can get Josh to chase again. Now 2-2. Again, we'd like to remind you that you're listening to ACTV. I'm Sean Kane. That's Frank Krupe. We got Dan. That's Dan Steinkov. There's a ground ball to shortstop on a diving play. He makes it. And he's going to get the out at second.
Oh, I was really hoping we'd get the bases juice so I could stand up and stretch the legs, but we got a Bulldog out at second, so we'll have runners on the corners for John Joseph III as he steps into the batter's box. He's 1 for 2 this afternoon with a single.
Yes, John Joseph III has the ability to change the game at any point in time. Joseph does. As that first pitch is called a ball, a little bit outside. I feel like we've seen more of an inconsistent strike zone from Corey Ray here today. As that one also called ball 2. I feel like in the second inning, Doro was rung up on that one. A very similar pitch, even though it was a long time ago. I'm the one that holds grudges. I don't forget. As it's now 2-0, and there's strike 1 that just caught the corner of the plate. Bonifiglio with a great frame job on that one. He rocks the old-fashioned catcher's helmet. As that one's low. Now 3-1.
Two outs, runners on the corners for John Joseph. Can he pad the Bulldog lead?
And there's ball 4.
And you know what this means. The bases are now jarred, which means we can stand up.
You're stepping on my court again, Frank.
Sorry. Bases jarred in the top of the 6th, 2 out. 6-0 Adrian. And stepping into the batter's box, we've got number 2, Ryan Doro, who's been a standout defensively for the Bulldogs this afternoon. And let's see if he can pad this lead.
First pitch is fouled out of play. Scott Carden, the Britons head coach, on the top step of the dugout. This might be Patrick O'Brien's last batter. Carden staying with a righty-on-righty matchup, hoping for a slight advantage. The freshman against the sophomores. That curveball pops up Doro to the right fielder. Crawford is under it, and he's going to make the catch. And, well, we stood up for nothing, Frank, because Patrick O'Brien worked his way out of the jam. And once again in this game, the third time, in fact, the Bulldogs leave him loaded.
Well, Ryan Doro has got 3 home runs this year, and he was looking for his 4th, reaching for the fences. A little bit short. Brits get out of a jam.
Well, we're through 5 here at Nicolay Field. Bulldogs leading 6-0. 10 hits to 2 hits over the Albion Britons. Tommy Yang back out to the mound to pitch again in this 6th inning.
Ang has pitched a good game for Adrian. Giving up 2 hits through 5 innings of work.
58 pitches so far for Tommy Yang, 37 of which are strikes. That would be the equivalent to 21 balls. Believe it or not, in this profession, you do need to know math.
Well, count me out. See you guys. I'm going home.
Speaking of going home, my time is almost up here.
Thank God.
As, unfortunately, I have 5 minutes left before Dan Steinkoff turns on that mic. I take every minute of my mic time.
Why don't we have Kevin Sunday hop in
He
as
can
well?
once I leave.
We'll run a we'll run a 3-man booth.
I'm still here, people.
Can we do that, Dan? That's what they do on NBC.
I'm still standing here. I don't know what more you want me to do.
Well, I'm just looking ahead. There's a leadoff single for Justin Dennis.
That's Dennis's first hit of the
afternoon. That's the word you're looking for.
That's what I was looking for. I was making sure that was. I don't want to give people false information.
Yeah.
But he's on base for the first time today. Second baseman has a little bit of speed over there as he takes a big lead, and number 19,
Shane Lindemann.
Shane Lindemann, squares the bunt but pulls back. Tommy Yang throws a ball. Pitch up in the strike zone's fouled off by Lindemann.
Lindemann is 1 for 5 combined in these afternoon's games. He was struck out in the first inning by the Adrian pitcher.
Pickoff attempt. Unsuccessful by Tommy Yang. More of a precautionary pickoff than an actual one, as he's already back on the mound and ready to deliver. Slide step. Curveball, strike two. Now the count 1-2 on Lindemann. Lindemann 1 for 3 in the first game, is 0 for 2 here today. He's batting .277 from the right side. There's a slider left up in the zone. It's going to be handled by Doro behind second base as Dennis retreats to first. And that's the first out of the young inning for Tommy Yang.
Kyle Kowal stepping into the batter's box. He's 0 for 5 combined in these afternoon's games. And again, he is victim to one of the 2 strikes that Adrian's pitcher has thrown.
Kowal playing the hot corner down at third base this afternoon. Activity continues in the Bulldog bullpen as Ang nears his final pitches. Both a lefty and a righty, one thrown from the submarine position. As that one's outside and the count goes to 2-0. One out here in the 6th inning at Nicolay Field. .2-0 pitch upcoming as Ang's in his set position.
Oh, watch out there.
Pickoff attempt, almost got him.
Not in time.
Dennis diving back into first base. Guessed right there, Ang, as Dennis looked like he was about to swipe second. As there's the first strike of the at-bat, now 2-1. Tommy Yang approaching 90 pitches now. Through 5 1/3 inning of work. As there's a pop fly that could stay fair, but
not a chance.
Brian Guck runs out of real estate over down by the third base dugout.
Interestingly enough, Kyle Cowell is one of only 2 seniors on this Albion college roster.
Very young roster for these Britons.
He's the only senior who's dressed this afternoon, so this Albion program is in a bit of a turnover. So they have a majority of their players are freshmen and sophomores, compared to the Bulldogs, who have 12 seniors.
Very established program we have here at Adrian, as Tommy Yang looking for a ground ball here on the 2-2 count. There goes. No one there again.
And the pitch was...
In the
The throw's off the mark, I should say. Justin Dennis, no problem stealing second base there. And you got to start taking some chances if you're Albion here, stealing bases and maybe swinging for the fences a little bit, because down 6.
We have a full count now.
5 outs to go.
And they're going to call a balk on Tommy Yang. Looks like he went to his set and then hesitated.
And for those of us who don't know what a block is...
Not a block, it's a balk.
A balk.
There you go.
Please do tell.
All right, so a balk in the baseball world is when a pitcher does something that deceives the base runner too much.
How do you spell balk?
Hold on a second.
BALK.
Here
That
we
was
go.
really loud.
The balk is anything that gives the pitcher an advantageous position
ground ball
over
to
a
right
base
side.
runner or batter.
And Albion's going to get a run across as Dan Steichoff just told us what a balk was.
There are multiple things that can do that. Coming to a set, taking too long, coming to a set and breaking without removing from the rubber. Stepping on the rubber without the ball will also result in a balk. And turning for a pickoff maneuver without removing your foot from the rubber unless you are a lefty and make sure you don't break the plane moving over to first base.
There we go. Thank you, Dan. Our rules guy.
So Kyle picks up an RBI.
The next pitch from Ang is a high fly ball to right field. Retreating is shoots up against the wall. He's going to make the catch.
What a play to make that catch at the wall. Wasn't much room there. And another beautiful play in the outfield from the Bulldogs. Puts an early end to the 6th inning rally for the Brits.
Yep, running out of real estate there. He ran into the wall, making the catch. He was battling the sun, too. Certainly not an easy play from Drew Schutz, but he found a way to get it done. And that's going to be it for the Britons in the 6th inning. They get one across on a hit, but it's still Adrian Bulldogs 6-1. I'm going to take off now. I'm Sean Kane. Frank Krupe staying with us. We're going to be joined by multiple people coming up. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next Saturday.
Well, I can finally breathe because Kane is out of my hair. Just kidding. Sean, you don't want to do a free plug for your radio show before you leave?
Yeah, you can tune in to get all the coverage on this baseball game tomorrow, 10 to 12 a.m. to p.m. on the Shrine Kane Show on 107.9 WVAC. We'll be talking everything that has to do with sports. It's the Shrine Kane Show, 100% sports, 100% of the time.
And who's joining you tomorrow morning?
Not Frank Krupe.
And Josh Rinaldi won't be joining you either.
Neither will Dan Steinkoff.
See you at 10 o'clock, bud.
Except all three of those guys are going to be there.
Yeah.
Well, hey, everybody. Dan Steinkoff filling in for the play-by-play.
Hey, Dan.
Instead of the illustrious Sean Kane. I say illustrious because the sun's out and he is a ginger. So he's very lustrous.
And now our baseball analytics man, Kevin Sunday, may step in as well and help us close this game out.
Okay, well, O'Brien's day has been done. Replacing him is number 25, Steven Scott, a freshman from Clarkston, Michigan.
Yeah. Dan, can you turn the level down on your mic
Well, it's a little
just
bit,
a touch?
Yeah, got it. How's that? Better?
Perfect.
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 Okay.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, it's good to be here, Frank.
Hey.
For all you listeners
I
out
love
there.
you guys. I like you guys way better than Kane already.
Well, thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. Sean Kane's a good kid.
I'm very impressed with how he did today. Also, quite an intramural volleyball player.
Yeah.
Can't say I liked playing against him because he was pretty darn good.
So we've got the big Gert in the box here for the Bulldogs.
Oh, no. No, he did not. He just went down.
Goes down swinging.
Steven Scott with a strikeout on the day, facing his first batter in Gertley and retiring him.
Pitch hitting number 5, Matt Andrus.
Matt Andrus now stepping up to the bat. Pitch hitting.
Andrus has been pinch hitting all afternoon.
Rainey feeling confident, giving him the go-ahead.
Yeah.
Especially in the latter part of this one-sided game.
If I'm not mistaken, he came in and had some success in the first game as a pinch hitter.
He did. I believe he's 1 for 2 in the combined games.
Takes a swing at that one. That's a pop. That's a ground ball through the second or the third baseline.
And as a coach, I'd like to commend Coach Rennie for a nice pinch hit there.
Right. Absolutely.
You love it when you can call someone up and they do exactly what you need to do. Let's get on base here. 1 out.
And Mikowski entering the game now.
Yeah, let's say hello to Ian Mikowski.
Hasn't been on the field yet today.
Oh.
Good to see some play time.
Sophomore from Grand Rapids, Michigan will get his first.
Batting left-handed against this right-handed pitcher. And Stevens' last name again? Scott.
Yeah.
2 first names. Always screws me up.
Steven Scott.
Bye, Scott.
There's too many. 1 too many first names.
Beam me up, Scotty.
So, Kevin.
Frank.
Explain to us daylight savings time.
I'm not going to stand here and try to explain to you daylight savings time.
No,
it's
like,
very confusing, and quite honestly, it makes very little difference in our day-to-day lives.
Okay, no. Well, when we have a changeover in the next inning, I want you to put it in layman's terms for all of the viewers out there.
I'll do my best.
All
Honestly, it's something we have in our day-to-day society that doesn't really help us out that much. But we'll get more to that later.
All right.
Ethan Mikowski sees a strike on the lower inside corner. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Low. And called a strike. I'm sorry, that was the 2-1 pitch. Count is now 2-2.
Yeah, it's okay, Dad. It takes a man to admit he's wrong.
Low inside. Fills up the count. Mikowski showing some discipline. Not taking bites out of the ones that are no good. See the delivery here. Puts a topper on that ball and ends up hitting it straight to the third baseman, who makes the play easy. Out at 1. Does advance the runner to second.
I have to say he did have a pretty good beat on it there, too. Quite quick there, Mikowski.
Now we've got our guy, the Wiz, wearing 3-1 on his back, sporting a home run and 2 RBI doubles in this afternoon's game.
That's just this game.
This guy's bat was dipped in gasoline and lit on fire before the game, let me tell you. And all 3 of his hits have been down the left field line. Let's see if that trend continues here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, he definitely likes seeing those fastballs on the inside. He can get on the get underneath them and pull them all the way out into left field. It's only 320 out there, but the fence is pretty tall.
Well, you can see the Albion third baseman laying up very close to the line.
And also back behind the baseline, trying to get a beat on any hard hit balls to the ground. Because any hard hit ball in the air, he's not going to help much anyways. Scott's delivery is a strike. Low in the zone to the Wiz. Trying to take away that inside power that he's got. There's one that he pulls onto the other side, right field, high. Right fielder is underneath it for Albion, and that'll retire the side. So daylight savings time, Kevin.
Well, there's lots of theories about the origins of daylight savings time. According to National Treasure, the first one to suggest daylight savings time was Benjamin Franklin. I don't know if that's true. That's not a reputable source to be citing.
Okay. Dad says it's true. Continue.
Common knowledge, especially among Americans, is that farmers benefit from daylight savings time. I have seen a lot of literature that says that is not true and that it helps farmers very little. I have seen one. It was a YouTube video that said that the Germans during World War I were the first to institute daylight savings time. It helped keep everybody on the same schedule, apparently. I don't know the details of that. Anyway, the correction I was making to Sean earlier in the broadcast is that we are now on daylight savings time as opposed to standard time. He incorrectly said we are on Eastern Standard Time, which is not completely incorrect in that we are on the Eastern time zone.
Uh-huh.
But we are on Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
Kevin, you're just a flowing fountain of knowledge. Thanks for that analysis. Do you want to know what daylight savings time means to me?
I do.
Well, I'll make it quick here. See, I like to take a nap once a day.
Yep.
Naps are good for you. You're a smart guy. You know this.
Absolutely.
Half hour, 45 minutes.
That's science.
Will do wonders for you. So when I get home around 6 o'clock from classes, I like to nap on my couch. And ever since daylight savings time, it's been a little bit tougher because the sun now creeps in through the window in my living room and disrupts my sleep. So I had to move my nap to my bed, which I wasn't too happy about. I digress.
Yeah. Well, that's also going to happen when you have more sunlight this time
Yes.
of year, too, even if we didn't have daylight savings time. One more point, if you allow me.
Absolutely.
Some people have made the contention that daylight saving time will save some energy.
Okay.
The numbers I've seen shows a 1%. I've seen two different papers, 1% going either way in terms of a saving energy and wasting energy. So
right.
very, very little. There is absolutely no research to support that claim.
Perfect. There was a Wyman with a hot shot right into the glove of Doro. Bulldogs now 2 outs away from sweeping the Albion College Brits here at Nicolay Field. They won 5-1 the first game. They're winning 6-1 in the second game here, top of 7.
If anybody has anything to add or contradict, ksunday@adrian.edu. Feel free to email me.
So we got Spencer Bonafiglio, junior from Okemos, Michigan.
I tell you, Frank,
1 for 2 this
yesterday
afternoon.
I spoke with the assistant coach for the Bulldogs, and he was not happy with the split. And the Bulldogs been quite impressive today.
Yeah, they really have been quite impressive. They're a few outs away from beating the Brits by a combined score of 11-2.
It sounded as though the pitching was good enough to win yesterday, but the bats just weren't there, and they have been today.
Well, we've seen a little bit of everything this afternoon, Kevin. Ang is 2 outs away from being the second Bulldog pitcher today to pitch a complete game. We've seen a whiz home run, a couple outstanding plays at shortstop by Doro, and some timely hits from the Bulldogs as well.
Freyer was, 2 outs away from a shutout.
That's right, he was. Absolutely.
And I don't blame you at all for that one, Frank, by the way.
For the shutout remark? You know what? I've never been a believer in saying the word shutout.
But you didn't say the word shutout.
Well.
And there's 1 out left for the Brits, who still have a very remote chance.
What is the percentage that they come back in this game, Kevin?
Well, using my algorithm from the previous game, taking out the Thompson family, it's less than 0.1%. That's
okay.
Less than 0.1%.
Steven Morowski has the final out, resting on his shoulders. He is 0 for 2 today. Oh, we got a pinch hitter. Excusez-moi. Ronnie Williams III from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, the freshman. We'll take a stab at it here.
I have a friend, Floyd Leroy Aker III. We call him Trey.
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 Okay.
I wonder if either the two gentlemen in today's game, who are the third, would enjoy that nickname. You're on to something there.
JJ Trey. Hey, hey, hey.
For those of you who didn't hear, that was JJ Trey.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and watch out. That flew back right at us. Good thing there's a protective meshing.
I wouldn't mind hearing some commentary from the viewers at home about the meshing and how it is affecting their view of the game today.
Yeah, that's... Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot we can do about that here at ACTV. Here comes the 0-2 pitch.
Ooh.
Ducking the ball. Come on.
Ducking out of that one was Ronnie Williams III. But yeah, this netting, unfortunately, there's nothing really we can do much about that, right, Dan? No. And we deal with the same problem at the Arrington when we broadcast hockey games as well. But safety does come first here at ACTV. And that's going to do it. What a way to end the game. Farang throwing a strike right down the middle. Williams tosses his helmet in frustration. The Bulldogs have pulled off a clean sweep of the Albion Brits, beating them by a combined score of 11-2.
I'm quite impressed with the two complete games today.
No errors on the day for Adrian.
Also impressive. As a person who's played 9 innings of baseball in his life,
That's pretty.
I can't say
pretty
that,
darn impressive.
I can't say that I'd be anything close to that.
Absolutely. So the Adrian College Bulldogs will push their record to 10-4 overall, 3-1 in the MIAA. So they pick up a couple of big conference wins. The Albion Brits, on the other hand, will drop to 7-4, 2 games under 500 in the MIAA. 7-6. Thank you, sir. Mathematics was never my forte. That's why I'm in communications.
For those of you not in the booth, that was, again, our athletic director, Mike Duffy, correcting the record of the Brits.
7-6.
7-6. Now 1-3 in the MIAA.
Yes. Dan, when are we doing baseball next?
Saturday, I think.
Olivet will be at Nicolay Field this Saturday for another doubleheader.
That is correct.
So make sure you tune in. If you're a Bulldog baseball fan, this Saturday, it's not on the program here. I couldn't find the schedule, but we'll be back next Saturday on ACTV.
I believe it's a 1 and a 3:30 matchup.
Will you be here, Kevin, doing analytics?
I will not be here. We have a preview day for
see.
the ACHA program over at Arrington, or the Arrington.
The Arrington, yes.
The Arrington.
The Arrington. Well, and I might not be here either now that I think about it, because I may be shuffling off to Minnesota. But
I sure hope you are.
We will see. Bulldogs sweep the Brits. They win both games by a combined score of 11-2. We'd like to remind you guys to find Adrian College TV on Facebook. We are doing every home baseball game the Bulldogs play this year, and you can most easily find those links on our Facebook page. So search it, like it, find it, love it, watch it. You can also follow us on Twitter at Adrian College TV. I'm sure everyone in this booth is sick of hearing me talk. I am too.
Well, I think, Frank,
it's time to go home.
I'd like to hear you talk a little more, to be honest with you.
I've never heard that before in my life.
I know that we have an interview, I think, coming with the Wiz down.
We do, yep. Our very own Ellen Stanton is down on the field waiting for, I believe we'll hear from the Wiz.
Oh, that's who I want to hear from, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
Where's the Wiz from? Let's talk about him.
The Wiz is from Toledo, Ohio.
St. Francis High School.
Out of St. Francis High School.
Am I seeing a junior there?
Sophomore. Wow, he's
Sophomore.
6'5". That's a big boy. Tallest player on the team, him and Tommy Parsons are listed as 6'5" in the program.
Some large players for Adrian.
Yeah.
Something I noticed today. I'd like to see that. We've been handed the score sheet, and
let's have a look. Tommy Yang goes 7 innings pitched, giving up 3 hits, 1 run, 3 strikeouts, and only 1 walk. It's pretty solid.
Very, very impressive. 82 pitch.
Yeah. And Temrowski, who started the game for the Brits, only went 3 innings pitched. He gave up 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts before being relieved by Patrick O'Brien, who pitched 2 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, no strikes and 2 walks. And Stephen Scott pitched the last inning for the Brits, giving up a hit and striking out 1.
Highlights in terms of batting?
We'll get to those in a second, because at the moment, our very own Ellen Stanton is down on the field with the MVP of the second game this afternoon, the Wiz. Ellen?
Thanks, guys. You had a home run and 2 RBI doubles today. Take us through your mindset in the batter's box before that home run.
I just wanted to get a good pitch to hit, and I knew they weren't throwing last strike, so I was looking for an inside fastball.
And in your opinion, what were the keys to today's 2 victories?
I think we were more involved in the game and getting better pitches to hit, and I had a good mindset than yesterday.
Thank you, and good luck Wednesday.
Thank you.
Frank?
Thanks a lot, Ellen. We'd like to thank everyone for tuning in this afternoon. For everyone at the production house, Dan Steinkoff, the Peanut Gallery, Sean Kane, Kevin Sunday, Tommy Bahama, and Frank Krupe, we'd like to remind you that if you own a bulldog, do not get it spayed or neutered. Good night.